You're living in the wrong environment. You're permanently ruining your future. You're halting your progress. Life is made not to be easy. Not one's life is ever easy. How did you ever think you were ever going to make any progress? You can make this your time. You can take control of the life you want to live. Have the authority to know what you need to change. To know how to change and then to take action. Have discipline for yourself into progress. Switch your routine. Make your life hard. Difficult situations force you to make improvements. Force you to learn to educate yourself. Prove this to yourself, make others jealous. Make yourself jealous. You work your progress is more important than anything. Stop sabotaging your life, your future, because you have the potential to make it. Past your fears, past your insecurities. Change your perspective on goals, on achievements. Change your mindset on the progress you're making. Change your mindset on the way you see your routine and how that affects your life, how that affects your future. Your future starts now, your life starts now. Your journey starts here. It doesn't get any easier. You just get stronger. If you want to change, don't expect your life to stay the same. Expect it to get harder. Expect it to actually get really, really tough. Tougher than you can even imagine right now. And this is where you can move past the boundaries that used to hold you back, used to hold you by the neck. Now you can move towards the fulfillment that your future. And this, you see this. This is where you can finally feel the satisfaction of your work. This is when you finally get to feel that success. Now it's the time for you to step up, stand out, and become the person you need to become. Your future is in your hands. And this is what sets your life up to be worth the potential that you deserve. It doesn't get any easier. You just get stronger. Your power is and always has been the thing that's gonna take you towards the life that you have earned. Don't fail yourself. Perseverance is the aspect that takes you towards a future worthy of your strength, worthy of your progress. So take pride in that more than anything. You have, and you always will have this potential to improve, this potential to adapt, and this potential to change. What are you willing to change? How hard are you willing to work? How much do you want to grow? Today I want you to look in the mirror and see yourself. Look yourself in the eyes and see yourself as a warrior. See yourself as the predator. Align your hair is the mane. It's a mane of protection, a mane of wealth of intimidation. It's a tool you understand your hands are claws. Big, powerful claws, heavy and indestructible. See your eyes as piercing and furious and ready to fight. This is how you can see the change in. This is how you can see how much you need to improve. This is the time now, is the time. So, who are you willing to embody? You gonna be weak like a lamb, or you gonna be powerful like the lion I described to you. Make the decision now before it's too late, before the opportunity's already wasted. This in the mind is where it all begins. This is where you can properly transform into the person you never thought you could be. This can be your reality. This can be your future. But you gotta want it to happen. So work day in, work day out, put in the time. See the progress you've made and see how far that gets you, 'cause it's gonna take you far. This is where it all starts. Now you can finally succeed. So take today as the opportunity it is and seize it. This is what you've been working for. Go on and receive that. You want to take care of yourself. Make it priority. But many of us just stop dead. And I trust I don't know what to do. You do know what to do. You got genius and you challenge yourself. Push yourself, make yourself come up with something. Use your imagination. And what you will find is that you know more than you realize. That you know that you're more creative and more resourceful than you realize that you are. And as you do that, the more you do it, the easier it will become. At first it's going to be a struggle. And after you get into a certain level of consciousness, you will ask yourself, how is it that I didn't see this before? At the level that I'm managing my business now. They say consciousness is what we are. I literally look at myself and say, how is it that I didn't do this before? Why is it that I couldn't see this before? And the reason that I didn't see it before, because I didn't challenge myself. I didn't put myself out here. See the reason that most of us go through life, never discovering our true greatest, literally walking, breathing corpses. The uncommitted life isn't worth living. Here's the big challenge of life. You can have more than you've got, because you can become more than you are. And of course, the other side of the coin reads, unless you change how you are, you'll always have what you got. Success is something you attract, not something you pursue. Success is looking for a good place to stay. So instead of going after it, you work on yourself, personal development. See, the major question to ask on the job is not, what are you getting? The major question to ask on the job is, what are you becoming? The big question is now, what am I getting paid here? The big question is, what am I becoming? Because true happiness is not contained in what you get. Happiness is contained in what you become. It's an interesting thing, ladies and gentlemen, that when we put ourselves in a situation where we say, we're going to do it, it puts you in another zone, where the universe responds to you. Would you have that kind of consciousness? See, the universe responds to the man or woman that refuses to be denied. Because that is your commitment. That business that you want. That book you want to write. That dream that you have of controlling your destiny. That is yours. That power to create that and to manifest that. That is yours. That's available to you. But you've got to be willing to stand there and face disappointment, not have support. Feel lonely, doubt yourself sometimes. Be rejected again and again and again. Become bankrupt if necessary. Again and again and again. And refuse to turn around until life gives it up. That whatever is required. If it means that I die, I remember Paul Robeson. Here I stand, for I can do no other. And that's how you must be. The only way it gets better for you is when you get better. Life is like seasons. You cannot change the seasons, but you can change yourself. You can't change the seasons, but you can change yourself. And see, that's how life gets better for you, not by chance, but by change. It means beginning to say and to see and recognize your alignment and oneness with the universe, and that you are a channel for life to express through. And we short-circuit it with anger. We short-circuit it with fear. We short-circuit with envy. We short-circuit by being lazy or apathetic, or giving up easily. Why? Why would oh? It's too hard, it's too hard. We don't challenge our spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing as powerful as the human spirit. You can't destroy, you can pervert it. But you can't destroy how? As reading Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. What a powerful book. I'm reading it now for the 7th time. And he gives so many graphic examples of the power of the human spirit. Something was said one time. When you take a position, says, coward is asked the question, is it safe? Politics asks the question, is it popular? But conscience or commitment asks the question, is it right? And see, most people rather operate from the first two. Is it safe for me to take this position? I remember I was a state legislator. I saw guys and women who believed in legislation very strongly. But because the Speaker of the House said, we won't go with that, they backed down. And they felt bad about it. They wouldn't take the position because they didn't want the Speaker of the House to be angry at them. They wanted to be all right with all of the rest of our colleagues. See, it takes a great deal of strong courage. 10 commitment on your part to step out of line. Do you know Henry David Thoreau? The man doesn't keep with his companions. Perhaps he's listening to the beat of a different drama. Let him dance to the music that he hears. However measured or far apart, when you are committed, you're dancing to the beat of a different drama. Don't expect people to understand you. Don't expect it to make sense to anybody. Why you got to do this? Why you have got to go? Why you leave this is a good job? I'm going, they pay you well. I'm going, you just a few years from retirement. I'm going, why? I don't understand. You don't have to. I'm going for me. It means taking a stand. Taking a stand for you. It means delivering. It means coming through. Start again. So what, you felt flat on your face? So what, start again. Learn from experience and start again. Don't count yourself out. Don't sentence yourself to a lifetime of being miserable, a lifetime of being broke, a lifetime of being unhealthy, a lifetime of being in a relationship that is no longer fulfilling to you, a lifetime of living and working on a job that does not bring you satisfaction. That's not giving you the creative urge that you need, and that got to have in your life that stimulates you. Don't sin as yourself like that. You are a human being. Don't volunteer your life that way. Your life has too much value to the universe. You've got something to contribute. You've got something to give. Take full responsibility for what happens to you. It's one of the highest forms of human maturity, accepting full responsibility. It's the day you know you pass from childhood to adulthood, the day you accept full responsibility. Spiritual self-reflection. To understand who you are and why you are here. And when you understand the depths of that, and you allow yourself to tap into the space of that, which is the force, the universal energy, the divine flow, and you do that with a sense of authenticity that only your energy can bring. You become untouchable in whatever it is you choose to do. You lose your power when you try to take control of somebody else's energy, cause you have no power in any energy field other than that which is your own. And your real job in life is to figure out, how do you master your fields? How do you do that? By consistently choosing love, by living in the space of gratitude, and knowing that power that you feel from time to time comes from a source that is greater than yourself. When you realize how fast time is going, it should bring a sense of urgency, a sense of focus. Your assignment has an expiration date. Your time on this earth is not unlimited. You can't be distracted by things that are keeping you from your purpose. You don't have time to waste, worried about what people think about you. Your time is too valuable to respond to every critic, every negative comment. Try to convince people that you really are okay. Those are distractions. Everyone is not going to like you. Everyone's not going to accept you. Quit trying to convince someone to understand you. That's determined to misunderstand you. Some people don't want to be for you, and that's okay. You don't need them to fulfill your destiny. But the enemy would love for us to spend time and energy trying to win someone over. That's never going to be won over. You have to set your face. The people that need to be for you will be for you. God has already lined up the right people. People that will celebrate you. People that will cheer you. All people that stick with you through thick and thin. But too often, we're trying to convince people to be our friend. Convince them to spend time with us. If someone doesn't see the gift that you are, if they don't recognize your talents, value your friendship, do yourself a favor, and move on. No offense, but they are not a part of your destiny. You don't have to play up to people. Let them manipulate you, hope that they call. Maybe they'll include you in their group of the people God has for. You don't have to be talked into liking you. You won't be able to keep them away. They'll light up when you walk in the room. They can't wait to spend time with you. They'll go out of their way to do you favors. Now don't waste another minute trying to convince someone to like you, to call you to come see you. If you have to talk them into it, they are not for you, they are a distraction. People say you can't change your career 30. That's when you're meant to be settling down. You can't change your career at 35. You should have had it figured out by then. My God, you're not married at 38. What the hell are you doing with your life? Who comes up with this stuff? I have no idea. This stuff plagues so many people that I speak to. So many people open up to me and say, I just don't know how to change. Is it possible? What do you think this guy was? Before he became who he is. He used to be a pay teacher, right? Sports teacher at a high school. How about her? She was a telemarketer for 2 weeks. How about her? She applied to be a funeral director. It's incredible what happened in societies that were clouded by the noise of family expectations. The noise of our parents, the noise of our brothers and sisters' expectations. I grew up in a family where you can either be a doctor, a lawyer, or a failure, right? Those are my 3 options. Anything else would just count me as a failure. I would have failed, so basically, I failed, right? I'm standing up here in front of you all as a failure. I lived as a monk for 3 years. I committed career suicide. I turned down 2 amazing corporate job offers. When I graduated from business school, I shaved my hair, I wore robes, and lived out the gym locker for 3 years. And I did that because I thought I was gonna do something meaningful, helping Backworld. And it was one of the best experiences of my life. But more than becoming a monk, what that trained me to do was drop out with the rules. People told me if you come back in 3 years, you never get a job. They told me if you become a monk, people gonna think you're weird forever. No girl's ever gonna talk to you. People told me they were like, well, when you come back to real life, will you even be able to talk English? And people just really weirded out. I'm just like, okay, I think monks speak English. And there was so much different noise that I heard when I made that decision. And the funny thing is, from having not been a monk for years now, I'm in one of the most incredible periods in my life that I could ever imagine. So much of that is based on the fact that I decided to do something different. So many of the times, our expectations are driving us in a certain scenario. We focus so much on life, in what we want to be as opposed to who we want to be. Because we've always been told that life and jobs and careers are like boxes and containments. There's only a finite number of options. There is no formula, there is no pattern. Do you know what you're passionate about? If you know what you're good at and you invest in that, people say follow your passion. I say forget that, invest in your passion. If you're passionate about something, go and become the best at it. Go and do a course on it. Go and learn from the best. Go and find a mentor who's gonna make you incredible at that trait. Not only will you be criticizing bro, you'll be able to find new things about yourself that you never knew. Don't trade who you are for who you think the world needs, because the world needs you to be you, and I mean that. I was a 19-year-old kid, and I was miserable. I was in love with my high school sweetheart. We were that couple that was really annoying. So we went to school together. We signed up for classes together. We shared a U-Haul on the way to school together. We lived in the same dorm together. We walked to class. We walked to breakfast in the morning and walked to class. I mean, we were just joined at the hip, and we were completely crazy infatuated in love. And then halfway through the first year of college, she discovered beer and other boys on the same night. And she cheated. I completely fell apart. I stopped going to class. I barely ate anything. Certainly nothing healthy. I stopped studying. I just stopped caring about the world. Literally couldn't get out of bed. And I never thought about it until years later. Reading changed my life because I was still reading this. One thing that's brought me through, and I happened to pick up the school newspaper, and I opened it up, and there was this full-page ad. It was this perfect white sandy beach. Turquoise water. Big green palm tree. And across the top of the ad, it said escape. Students needed for summertime jobs in the Dominican Republic. So I escaped. I went down there, and one night my friend Kevin and we hopped into a car after dropping off a client. So we're going down this road, 85 miles an hour in this car. And the windows were open and that air was coming in that amazing humid. If you've been in the Caribbean, that just gorgeous, amazing humid air is coming in. And then we came upon a corner. We take that corner 85 miles an hour, and that corner became the turning point to put my feet on the stage for you today. Kevin grabs the wheel, he goes, "Hold on," and I brace, and the car starts sliding sideways. And that weird slow motion thing happens. Kevin's gripping the wheel, trying to make the corner, and all of a sudden smack. When I came to, I looked over, and Kevin is screaming the top of his lungs, "Get out of the car, Bird! Get out of the car!" And I look over, and a whole big chunk of his head is open. So I pull myself out of the windshield of this car, and he's screaming over here. And I stand up eventually on the hood of the car, and I look, and I notice all this blood on me. And I remember just looking down, and that slow motion thing's happening. I just thought, did I even matter? I start seeing all these images of my life when I'm surrounded by people that I care for. There's a cake in front of me. Here's my friend singing. My mom leading him in that goofy song. There's my sister, just swinging and smiling right next to me. And it makes you wonder, did I love openly and honestly and completely? Or did I hold back because that one time I got hurt? And just as I was about to pass out, I noticed a glint, like a sparkle, some shining, a reflection in the blood going off the hood of the car, and it made me look up. And there was this bright, big, beautiful moon that night. And I just immediately felt this connection. If like I knew I was gonna be okay. And I felt like the big guy upstairs reached down to me and handed me life's golden ticket. He reached out and said, "Here you go, kid. You're still alive. You can still love and matter. But now you know the clock is ticking." Mortality motivation I got is a 19-year-old kid. People say, "Why are you so successful?" I got mortality motivation when I was 19. That's a blessing. Most people don't get that till they're 60. Don't worry, Kevin and we both survived. See, I'm still here, it's okay. I made it, but the one thing that I took away from that entire thing was that moment and those questions. 'Cause I remember them, and I thought about them as I was healing. I was like, what was that about? Why did I feel so unhappy with that moment? 'Cause I thought, in the last moments of life, there must be this transcendence, and I was not happy. And I realized it was because of how I've been living my life, and I wasn't living to my questions. I knew I got those questions. Did I live? Did I love? Did I matter? And soon as I got, those were the questions I'm gonna evaluate myself with. At the end of a life, it gave me the power of what my late mentor, Wayne Dyer, taught: the power of intention. That breath you just took, feel it. What a blessing that is you got that life. What a blessing is you got that breath. That means you still got something inside. You gotta work for it. You gotta contribute for it. You gotta give for it. You gotta lead for it. You gotta love for it, cause you still have something not just in you. You're still here for a reason, and now you just gotta earn that blessing. Nor my parents' biggest frustration was that I was epically lazy, and if they handed out gold medals for being lazy, I would have one, I assure you, hands down. Cause even though I was a slightly chubby kid, growing up in a morbidly obese family in Tacoma, Washington, I always knew two things about myself. One day I was gonna be rich, and I was gonna have six-pack ABS. Like those are the two things is that kid that was, jiggling his belly thinking, one day I'm not gonna have to suck in my gut. When I left for college, my own mother, who'd always been my biggest cheerleader, quietly assumed I was going to fail. These two guys that were successful entrepreneurs and bodybuilders happened to walk into a class when I was a teacher. And they were just starting a technology startup. And they said, "Hey, we need a copywriter. Why don't you come be a copywriter?" And so I was just young enough and just dumb enough. And I went on and they literally put me in the room with all the computer servers. But starting from there, I knew I could wow people because I was willing to grind it out. And we all have a superpower, and my superpower may be the willingness and ability to endure suffering. I had suffered a lot. I hadn't taken a day off in like 6 and 2 years because I was so hell-bent to get rich. And then I realized almost 8 and 2 years in, I'd finally had enough. I had hit my breaking point from suffering. And I got so mad. And I was so unwilling to do it anymore. Then I turned to my partners, and I'm completely miserable, I quit. I realized the reason I was living, the cliche of money can't buy happiness. Along the way, had become so myopically focused on this promise I had made to myself as a kid that I never stopped to ask, why do I want to get rich? The questions you ask yourself will determine the course of your life. I have been asking myself, what do I need to do to get rich? And it left me really unhappy. So I changed the question and I started asking, what would I do and love every day, even if I were failing? Life is too short, this is your one go-round. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna build a company that's predicated on value. We're gonna build a company that's predicated on passion. I started thinking about my mom and my sister, but they were profoundly overweight. I started thinking about my uncle, who ate himself to death when I was 12 years old, and how much that scared me and made me sad. And it made me sad to see that there were millions, if not more than 1 billion people that were in the same kind of abusive relationship with food that my mom and my sister were. So I said, I don't know if it's a big business, but I know it's a big problem. And that's the problem that we're gonna solve. And so we decided to build a Total, the new kind of company. We started Quest Nutrition in 2010, just as we were coming out of the Great Recession. I was wearing a hairnet and a lab coat every day, and my employees were former gang members, ex-drug dealers, felons. We were in Compton, and we literally told everybody in the neighborhood, I don't care if you've been convicted of a crime. I just want to know if you're willing to bust your ass to change your life. And if you are, you're going to get an interview. And I'm not going to ask for your resume. I don't care about your resume. Your resume tells me where you've been. It doesn't tell me the price you're willing to pay to become somebody new. Every belief that you have is a choice. I choose to believe that human potential is nearly limitless. And this was the belief that changed my life. Because once I realized, so it's not about who you are today. It's about who you want to become and the price you're willing to pay to get there. And I promise you, the day that you're willing to pay any price, you'll achieve what you want to achieve. If you truly believe that human potential is limitless, what do you want to become? And what price are you willing to pay to get there? Gives you better sex, increases your good cholesterol. Gives you more friends, gives you more meaning, engagement, life satisfaction, and happiness. If you have a purpose-driven life, it adds years to your life. You live longer. Let me share two stories with you. Story no. We're interviewing one of those school teachers. She says the first year I taught was heaven. The second year I taught was hell. I had 5 boys that second year, and they were incorrigible. And there was one kid in particular. He was impossible. One day, this kid's in the doorway, the classroom, and he's kicking and moving his arms, making noises, and I lost it. She said I'm ashamed to say these words, but I walked towards that kid with the intention of kicking. Thank heavens he got up and ran away. I kept walking. I went to the principal's office. I said, this is it. It's him or me. And the principal took the kid out. She said I felt terrible. So I went to my colleagues and poured my heart out. And they said to me, you are not the key to every door. And as she said those words, she burst into tears, and we waited a long time. And then she looked up and I hated that those words. You can't be the key to every door. She said, so I decided to become the key to every door. Instead of pushing disruptive kids away, I began to seek them out. I began to bring them into my world. I read every book I could find. I kept notes. I ran experiments. I kept notes on the experiments. And then she pulled herself up and said, today I am the key to every door. When there's a disruptive, troubled kid in the school, I said give her to Miss So and So. She seems to know what to do with them. That's a profoundly important story. It's a story of transformative learning. When I have a higher purpose, I find the energy and the courage to go outside my comfort zone. Now the second story is a lot closer to home. I once had a daughter. She was single. She was living in Washington, D.C. She had reached that point in life where she said, there's not a good man left on the earth. And then she found one. She got really excited. Relationship grew. And one day our phone rang. She's talking to her mother, and I know what's going on. This guy just dumped her. This daughter is the firstborn child. Many firstborn children share a common characteristic. If they're miserable, they want you to be miserable to okay. And she said, I'm coming home this weekend. No. Her mother hangs up and says, you're the father, you go to the airport. Pick her up. So next day I go pick her up. She gets in the car and she doesn't say hello. How are you? She says, that no good dirty. 5 minutes later she takes a breath. And I saw you problem solving a purpose fine. We're finally pulling in the driveway. She takes another breath. I say it again. She said, "What are you talking about?" And she said, "This is the real world." One said, "Well, I think it is the real world." By then, we're in the house. I pull out a sheet of paper out of my file, and it says Robert Quinn Life's Sake. She looks at it, and then she goes kind of quiet. And she looks up and says, "When you feel bad, you read this." I said, "No. When I feel bad, I rewrite it." It's been rewritten hundreds of times. She said, "Yeah, I can hardly understand some of this stuff." I said, "It's written to a Custom Heights audience, one person." Then the first miracle happened. She said, "Do you think I could write one of these?" I said, "I'm sure you can." She went in the bedroom for a day and a half. She worked on her life state. The miracle was I did not have to suffer. She got on the plane. She flew home to DC. Couple days pass. I get an email. He called. "All this will be interesting." And she says, "So I wrote in this letter." And I'm reading this letter. She's attached. It's incredibly vulnerable. Hope, honest. And then at the bottom it says, "And my roommate said I can't give this to him." Now that's an interesting thing. Why can't we give this letter to this guy? You don't tell some guy that dumped you that, you know, here's how you feel. And then she said, "What my roommates don't understand is that what he thinks doesn't matter." Wow, wait a minute. A few days ago, what he thought caused your life to shatter. Now she say, what he thinks doesn't matter. She say, "This is who I really am." Didn't know this while ago. Now I know it. It doesn't matter what other people think. You see, when you clarify your purpose, you take back your external locus control, where you worrying about what other people think, and you take an internal locus. You don't become insensitive. You don't become rebellious. You become sin. You become power. Now here's the interesting thing in the next few months. She began to be promoted. Her career turned. Why? This was a dating breakup. Why is your career taking off? Because when you find purpose and meaning, what you're doing in one area of your life, it grows in every area of life. 'Cause you are one person. That company had a woman coming in with the same dresses on. Body looked the same. But it wasn't the same employee. This was a woman, now full of leadership for the first time. When someone has that meaning and that integrity, things start to change. The research says, when you give up self-interest and goals, where most of us are most of the time, and you take on contributive goals, you function differently. The biology changes. The thought process. Learning accelerates, you grow more. The only thing that I'm left to conclude is, you and I are designed to PB. Purpose-seeking mechanisms. You've been shaped by life. You've had bad experiences and good experiences, and both the bad experiences and the good experiences are there to teach you something about you. And if you look very carefully, hit those You can determine what your purpose is. Every person in this room can clarify the purpose of their life, become the key to everyone. Mike screamed grenade out and jumped on it, and boom. 2 snipers were providing overwatch for the other platoon that were trying to maneuver. And unbeknownst to Mike and those guys, an insurgent had seen where they were firing, had snuck up next to the side of that building, pulled out a hand grenade, pulled it and threw it up, and that thing came right up. Boom, and hit Mike on the chest. "Hey, officer." Mike Monser took the entirety that blast in his face and his chest. He lasted for another 35 minutes before he passed away on the medevac. But the kicker of this story is, there was a stairwell right next to mine. Right next to him. And all he had to do was jump down that stairwell to save his own life. But he didn't. He turned and jumped on a grenade, sacrificed himself so his 2 brothers could both go home and hug their wives, kiss their children, and fight another day. What you think to yourself? What would you do? For 70 years, United States Navy SEAL team, we've been pushing the envelope. We've been setting the bar. We've been setting the standard for what the team life is and how you should live. Are you really committed to yourself physically? Because we all know when the going gets tough, the more in shape, the more focused you are. And what you eat and what you consume, the better you are. I spend 15 months in the frigid waters of the Pacific Ocean, to the mountains of Afghanistan, on 7 different occasions, and to the shores of Haiti, doing missionary work with my church, and what I've learned in this incredible journey are few undeniable truths about what enables us to succeed. Now, truth no. One is you got fear in your heart always, and you can't defeat it. Everybody's like, well, that's a bomb. The problem is, ladies and gentlemen, is you're wired for fear, right? Part of our lives, we have it in what we do for a living, right? You talk about fear in your lives, your personal lives with your family folks. We've got fear, period. So what you have to learn to do is embrace it. The second one is self-confidence is huge. It's important, and you gotta forge it every single day. The third one is you gotta live with purpose. If you don't have purpose in your life, you don't have momentum. You don't have anything driving you forward, anything pulling you out of bed every single day. And the last one, and the one I learned, that left an indelible mark, not only in my heart, but in my soul, on those beaches across the street over there. There's nobody does alone. There's not a single person in this whole room right now that can raise your hand and say, you know what, right? I've done it by myself. Not a single person out there's helped me. Not one. We all need help. So as a result of that, you have to recognize that you have to live what I call D. You have to be 100% focused. That everything you think about, everything you do is with someone else. Is with a team. I'm in, right? We've been giving everything we are to our communities, to our families, to our children. But more importantly, we're willing to give everything we are, and potentially everything we will ever be for the man. That's next. This is the team life. This is what my mission here is today, is to help you understand the standard, to help you redefine your understanding, of what that mission might look like. For you, are you working? Are you working on it right now? Did you work on it today? Are you gonna go work on it tonight? Because I tell you, with those three things, you're on the road. I've worked with every kind of person there is on this planet. We all bleed red. What I care about is there's some get you out of bed every morning. There's something that you have faith in that's bigger than yourself. There's something that you're willing to sacrifice for another human being. That's powerful. Learn to continue on the right path and make sure they don't interfere with your journey. The path you're on. These mistakes could be the aspect in your life that changes you, the aspect that makes you realize what you can do, how much potential you've always had. Life is constructed of lessons. Those that choose to educate themselves will be the ones who succeed. They'll be the people who make it past their fears. These people are strong enough to know that they can be better. Who are you going to be? It's not about having time, it's about making time. Who are you making excuses for yourself? Why are you fooling yourself? What good is that ever doing? The only thing here to make you better is to succeed. To make time to grow your potential. To make progress. Take action, positive action. Action that pushes you forward into a successful future. Push you away from the life full of laziness and full of fear, pulling you to move faster, move forward to be better, and become a better person. Change your actions, change your mindset. Transform your life, stop making excuses. Pushing toward a false sense of security, where no progress is ever made, where you're waiting for something to happen, but it never does. Why? Because you never actually took any action in the first place. Change that. Make what you want a reality. To do this, you need to take the right action, sweat. Struggle and work for it, then work harder. Be the person you need to be to make the future you want to live in. Stop watching the clock. Instead, do what the clock is doing. Just keep going when it hurts. Just keep going when you fail. Just keep going, and when you fall. Just keep going when you want to give up. Just keep going when your luck is done. Just keep going, don't stop. Just keep going, don't wait. Just keep going no matter what. Keep moving, stopping is for quitters. If you lose, it's okay. As long as you keep going, and as long as you keep moving. But if you lose and you stop, then you will fail. You're relentless. You will push farther than before. Climb higher and climb the heights you've not seen, because progress is progress. It doesn't matter if you move forward 10% or 0.01%. As long as you move forward, as long as you do this day in and day out. Because above everything else, consistency is key. If you consistently take small steps, one day you're gonna look back and see just how far you've come. You know, I always see those guys who come into the gym and they work intensely for just 1 3-hour session and then never see him again. I see the guy getting up at 4 a.m. for a week and then he never does it again. But the guy who trains 1 hour a day consistently all year beats the other guys. The guy who wakes up at 6 a.m. every morning consistently beats the other guy. It's about consistency, consistently moving forward. Little steps every day over the year. It's gonna add up. Small moves in the direction of your goal every day are going to add up. Soon you're going to be where you want to be, but you must keep moving forward. You can't stop and you can't stand still. You gotta keep pushing and you gotta keep going. And you have to be the clock. You're always running. You are always consistent and you're constant. You're not a quitter. You're not a stopper. You're a winner because you never give up. You will succeed because you're moving in the right direction. If not me, who? If not me, who? I will get to the top. You will not stop me, no one can. I have an unconquerable will. Nothing can get in my way. Nothing can stop me from moving forward. History will remember my name. I will show you who I am. When you look at successful people, do you think, why not me? Why can't I be like them? Why can't I have what they have? If they can do it, I can do it. Well, then go for it. This is your time to shine. Greatness is not a God-given talent, given to only a handful of people. Greatness is something that we all share, something that we are all born with. You just haven't been told that you are great. Somehow deep down, you believe you are not special. That greatness is for the people on the TV. But this is not true. You just haven't been told that you are great. You can be whatever you decide you want to be. It's not for anyone else to decide but you. The only thing you need is a belief in yourself. You are great. Earn your respect, stop expecting it. People automatically think they deserve respect. But nobody owes you anything. You are not owed respect. You let your ego get in the way when you expect respect. Go into a situation with no expectations. Earning respect is a hard thing, because you may work so hard that you deserve respect, but you may still not receive it. Work with no expectations. The most important person you must gain respect from is yourself, self-respect. When you value yourself, you will seek the respect of others less and less. You will require compliments less and less. Think about your life. What's the favorite lesson you've ever learned? What is your biggest achievement you've ever accomplished? And then, what is your greatest success? I want you to think about it. Think about how you got there, where you needed to be in order to get there. In order for you to make that kind of progress, what challenges did you have to pass? What limit did you have to crush? What hurdles did you have to overcome? Now I want you to think about satisfaction that overcame you when you accomplished these things. How did you feel? And how do you need to feel right now? Feel like you have the opportunity to repeat those actions that you once did. Because let me tell you right now, you do. Make the progress now, make your progress for the better. For you to make more progress. You have that potential now. Go ahead and spark your success and spark your inspiration. That inspiration, use the progress that you need to make. Use the tools you have. Use your tools because no one can do it like you can. All right, use this inspiration while you have the opening. Stop living in the past. Start thinking about your future. The future where you can succeed. That future is actually happening around you right now. So take control of your future now by living in the present. Living for now because that, at the end of the day, is the only thing that matters. Boost your life. Make your life and live your life. Positivity has the ultimate power. This power breaks everything that has ever held you back, that has ever made you stop. Positivity is the mindset towards something more than you can ever imagine. You will have this, you will be able to feel it. And this is what will take you towards something better than best. Anything is possible with the right mindset. That attitude that craves a challenge. It is always looking for change, always looking to become something. Something with worth and power. Learn how to adapt. Learn how to constantly look at your life and pick up things to improve, whether they be tiny or life-changing. That change will move you one step towards success. Now nothing can hold you back. Now you're your only limit. So break that, crush it down the pulp. And then, and only then, will you feel fulfilled. That you can finally see clearly the direction you're walking in, where you can finally see the finish line. This is the time to become powerful. To use the courage you've always had. And feel the power that potential constantly gives you. This is where it begins. This is where your future can be designed, created, and finally grow. This will be the most important thing you will do. Self-determination is fine, but it needs to be fueled by self-control. Determination has no value without control. Take control and grasp the aspect you want to change. Take the time to analyze which parts make you happy and the others that make you sad. Use your control to take control of the negative aspects. Then, your determination can work to change these aspects. Be determined, but have the control to move away and admire the progress you've made. Give yourself the time to know where and how to stop. In order to make yourself happy, you need to remember there is a finish line, a different one for each of us. And remember that it's not anyone else's journey. You're making the transition for you. Therefore, you pick where the journey ends. The chapter of your life you take pride in. You need to take control now. You need to build yourself. Build yourself into a person with a life beyond normal. A life that lets you live it instead of living itself. You have the opportunity now to start making changes. Changes that can make you fuel yourself towards success, to make it towards that finish line and finally win. Now, the only person you should strive to be better than is the person you were yesterday. Who were you yesterday? What did you change? What did you want to do? What are you going to do? So what are you going to change? How are you going to improve? So you need to move past your old attitude. You need to change your ways. You gotta change your mindset and be better than you were yesterday, because you're no longer you yesterday. You are you today, and you will be you tomorrow. Now, can you make it past the decisions that you made yesterday? Can you move past the fears you had yesterday? Because you can be your own biggest fear. You can even become your fears. Now I want you to put yourself in a situation you can struggle, where you can take satisfaction in a hard day's work. Once you're all done, how are you gonna make it? How are you gonna make it past your insecurities? Think about that and stop wasting opportunities. Start making opportunities. Empower yourself to your journey. Make it past the finish line. Be better, in fact. Be the best. Without a plan, you're gonna stay right where you are. It's time for you to make a move. Write the rules. Be your own director. Take the power. So what's your plan? How are you willing to change? What is it that you're gonna do to make a difference? Make today different than it was yesterday. What actions are you willing to take? Cause these are gonna be very dependent on your attitude. And with that being said, use that to your advantage. Become what it is you want to be. So write that plan and move. In fact, I want you to run. Go ahead and run towards your goals. Run towards the dreams you want to see come true. Start making habits. Have an addiction of constantly improving. Have an addiction that analyzes what's good and seeing the things that you gotta change to get ahead in the game. Start to take some action and make these changes. In fact, become these changes. Be honest with yourself and be honest with the journey you're on. Because let me tell you, it's not gonna be easy. But what you can do is pick a path and start walking. You have the potential, and let me tell you, you have all the tools you got, every single opportunity that you're going to need. All you got to do is make that first step and follow the plan. Everything might not go according to your plan, but that's okay. That's all part of it. Take that next step, because that plan is going to lead you somewhere, and that somewhere is towards success. Write your own rules. Make this a life worth the time you put in, and be the manager of your own life. Don't have anyone else have to do that for you. Sure, it's good to have other people around, but you need to be the ultimate manager of your life. You need to be the one who is the most concerned with where you're going. Become that person that you know you can be. Take this journey and embrace every step of progress you've made along the way, and the ones that are coming still. Think of the plan now. Write your own journey. Be the manager. Have the power. Be the power. You're ready. You're at the starting line, and you're more than ready to run. Ready to win, and now it's not the time to panic. And it is not the time to give up. So you gotta stop holding yourself back because you're ready, and you have to believe that you can make it past this. So you too scared cause of the obstacles. The doubts, is it the haters? Is it your fears because the failure that could happen is only there to educate you? So learn the lesson, know that your success is more significant than any of these obstacles that are going to try to pop and stop you. You got this race. So are you gonna run forward or are you gonna run away? Because let me tell you, you're not a coward. You have the energy and you have the momentum and the force to push you forward, to push yourself forward onto the sand. So I want you to run, and I want you to run so fast that you prove it to yourself, because you gotta know that you can do this and appreciate every step of progress you're making along the way. You got this, and you have this opportunity. So don't waste it. Stop wasting your time waiting for someone else to come and carry you when you know you can walk, when you know that you can run all by yourself. Rely on your own power and become your own power. Success is your finish line. The race is now, so run. Stop counting the days you have left. Life should never be a countdown. Life is a place constructed on you succeeding, on you becoming, on you having and being someone that you're proud of. Your potential is endless, and there's one thing you can do, and that's succeeding. And in order for you to succeed, you're gonna have to work. You need to craft, and in order to succeed, you're gonna have to sweat. That's just part of it. So take pride in any work you do and feel the satisfaction you feel once you've made it. This journey has taken off. You're on the path. Feel the ground underneath your feet every step. Feel your heart pounding in your chest. And I want you to feel the adrenaline that's flowing through your veins. Because this feeling, that's your potential. This potential is your success. This potential is your time. So take action. Move those feet, spark your creativity, and spark the power you have on the inside of you. And use the power you have. Use this to be who you need to become. Who do you need to be? You. Just you. You, but working 10 times harder. You need to see this as your belief. The mindset, this is the mindset that you're going to be committed to having. This is the mindset you have to improve your well-being and to improve your life. Succeed on purpose. Take actions with purpose. Succeed with purpose. Be your own purpose. Become the you to do the things you needed to do. To make decisions that have a motive, that have action. Build an empire made of your successes and powered by your mistakes. You can change, you can make it. Make your decisions with the action. To move past your fears. To make it past the convention of your life. Stand out, stand up. Be unique, accelerate yourself into the next level. This is where your journey starts. You can see the finish line. You will be there. That is willing to change. That is willing to make it past your own fears. You're better than that. You have more potential than you can ever imagine. You have more success at your fingertips than ever before. Use this, make this your opening. Be the victor in your own life. You need to succeed. You owe this to yourself. You owe this to your future. So make this your future. This is your future. Use the power you have and make it past your fears. How do you think you can change? By doing the same thing, continuing on the same path. Taking no risks, no twists. No terms. Nothing's going to change if you're not willing to change. Stop being lazy, get up and become something. Something more than the familiar route you've been walking for years. Close your eyes and take the risk. Step off the path and walk into the jungle. That's where success runs, waiting to be grasped. The potential sitting, dying to be used. This is where you are willing to move away from convention, where you can write your own rules. Take a deep breath. Hold out your hand. Look at it. Hold it out and turn the hand. Open the door, a new door. A door you've never seen before. So what are you going to do? How are you going to change? Who has the power? You have the potential to become someone. Someone worth living for, someone better than success. Satisfaction that you try. That you put in the time, put in the work, and make it. Make the decision now, become your decision. Rise above the fears, take the risk. Now if you wait, all that's gonna happen is you get older. 'Cause time is always gonna pass, and you're always gonna move away. You gotta wait for something to happen. It's gonna set you behind on the time you do have. You're gonna wind up at the back of the race, and you're gonna wind up in last place. And that's not where you wanna be. That's not even where you need to be. You need to be standing side by side with your future self. You need to be sleeping at night, knowing that you tried your best. Waking up every morning with a desire to adapt, with the desire to change. Success can only occur if you put in the work. If your progress comes first. This power can take you towards the life more than normal. Stand out today, be different. Become something different. Stop lying to yourself and stand up and become something with worth. Something with more than you've ever been. Your goals that you set for yourself. That's your power. Your ambition is your power. Having time is so powerful. You are powerful. Set out what you believe in. Lay out the power you have. Actually lay out the power that you have always had. More than worthy, because you're more than worthy. You have this power to become something better. Better than ordinary. Your progress never stops, because the show always will go on with or without you. Life still continues. The world spins, and time still passes. This is your opportunity. An opportunity to be the person that you need to be, to become someone successful, and to make progress. Your respect is worth something. It's worth your future, and it's worth the discipline. This opening that you have is so special. So take it. Use this, become this, and have this. Your power can take you, put you on your path to your success, to the place where you succeed, where you can become more than just ordinary. So see what you want, how much you gain. See how far you move forward. And use this. Use this to take every single second for granted. This is what's gonna make your future, and this is what gives you the power to have success. Turn around and see the other side of your story. See the page where you're the star, where you have the power and success. You dream of having imagined that future. Meditate on. Use this potential to drag you towards the next level. This is the level where things can really change for you, where your life can properly become something, where you can watch yourself succeed. See yourself as more than you are. See yourself as a best of best, where you can succeed. Respect your journey, and soon you'll see how much progress you can and will make. You feel the satisfaction of living in a world where you made it past your fears, and where you move towards the future, worth the time to work and the effort that you put. It doesn't get any easier. You just get stronger. If you want to change, don't expect your life to stay the same. All right, now listen to me. Don't let yourself be held back by all your problems. Instead, I want you to let your ambitions push you forward. Forward is the only direction that you know. This is the direction that transforms your future into a place worth the work that you've been putting in, day in and day out. Now is the time to take this opening as your future. This opportunity in front of you will be your future. The future that you have and will always have. You have the control. You have the power to change your life for the better. I'll let this be a time where you take a moment to remember what it is that you deserve, to remember the potential that you always had. Because this right here is where it begins. This is where you can really change. Now keep moving in the direction that takes you towards success. A success that moves you towards a power full of your achievement. A future made from your fears. A future where you get to be in control. So take the power you deserve. Become the potential that you created. Because now is the time to change. You got that authority. Now take it before the moment slips away. Because I'm telling you, it's not gonna be here forever. Take the day to stand up to your risks and say yes. Say yes to the power you have. Say yes to the endless opportunities given to you every day, because that one yes, that one singular yes, can define your future into the direction you've been dreaming of, into the life that you have always wanted. You are the power you need. You have the power that you've been craving. It's been in you the whole time. This yes can transform your life. Transform your life constructed on your potential. Positivity and power, this is the life you fought for. Earn it, want it, and work for it. You need to know that you can open the door, because you can write your own rules. This is where your life finally starts. That you can become someone with a purpose on your life. You can have respect for yourself. So set your life into the right direction. Take the moment where your future becomes your reality. You got that opportunity every single day, and right now is where those things start to change. You got this, take it. Take it while you can see it, while you can really make something for yourself. Because you know that now. Now is where it really begins. This is the time for you to shake your life into the one you always wanted, the life that you need to have. Take this as an opening and use it as an opening. Become someone worthy of the work that you are putting in, day in and day out, because you're worth it. Your life is now. You can alter your future. This is where you begin to, and this is where you start to succeed now. This moment around you right now. That's the secret power that you have. Time is your power. This time you have the potential to succeed. To be something with purpose. Someone with power to be more than your limit. And to smash those boundaries that you keep seeing in your mind, to become someone that learns, overcomes, and someone who's looking to be more than just who you think you are right now. Don't be afraid to step up to your fears. Don't be afraid to even become your fears. Take this opportunity now to be worthy of the success. You want to be the person that you admire. Someone who takes extra steps to be more than they could ever imagine. Those extra steps, putting in those extra hours. Now be prepared to fight. Be prepared to have to break through boundaries. To step onto the battlefield, sword in hand, ready to stand up for you, ready to stand up to you, and ready to fight for your power. This is a time to take action. Taking action with purpose. Purpose to change and purpose to improve. Today will be the day where you can take control. Take control of your power. Become this power, because now is the time to fight. So fight for your progress. Your progress is the potential to take your life towards the life you deserve. Your life isn't over, oh no. So fight for it, fight for something better. Better than the power you have now. Because your power is worth something more. Discipline will take you towards something with purpose. You need to make it past your limits. Graft until it hurts, until you feel the pain. The pain that feels like you're making progress. The progress that fills you with pride. You gotta be proud of yourself every step of the way. Find that pride that gives you purpose in life. And that purpose should give you the motivation to be who you always knew you could be. And that's someone better than who you are now. This is the time for you to step up for yourself. Because this is an opportunity where you can better yourself into the direction that you've been deserving this whole time, the one you've been dreaming of all your life. The direction where you progress into a world where you can really see the change you've been craving. Today is given to you as an opportunity. Today might be bad, but let me tell you what. They don't last, they never even start. Today can and has the potential to be incredible. Do you know that? Do you know that? Today has the potential still to be incredible. Right now is the time to make today happen, no matter the circumstances. Because today can define you. Today could be the day you need to be defined into a stronger person. This strength on the inside of you, man, this is what lasts. This is your legacy. The legacy that pushes you into the right direction. And let me tell you, that direction is always going to be forward. Because forward towards a future with a purpose is one that's constantly achieving and constantly looking to be better. So become the person that you admire. Find out who that is. Become that person. Who is it you admire? Follow them. Watch them, see how they operate. You become what you observe. So start to become that person that you were always meant to be. I'm not saying be someone else. I'm saying find out what about them speaks to something in you. So know that this is going to change you, and this over here. This bad habits are what's going to be left behind. Tough times are going to be inevitable. They will always be there. But you, my friend, you're going to be one step ahead of them always. Think about your life. What's the favorite lesson you've ever learned? What is your biggest achievement you've ever accomplished? And then, what is your greatest success? I want you to think about it. Think about how you got there, where you needed to be in order to get there. In order for you to make that kind of progress, what challenges did you have to pass? What limit did you have to crush? What hurdles did you have to overcome? Now I want you to think about that satisfaction that overcame you when you accomplished these things. How did you feel? And how do you need to feel right now? Feel like you have the opportunity to repeat those actions that you once did, because let me tell you right now, you do. Make the progress now, make your progress for the better. For you to make more progress. You have the potential now. Go ahead and spark your success and spark your inspiration. That inspiration, use the progress that you need to make. Use the tools you have. Use your tools, because no one can do it like you can. All right, use this inspiration while you have the opening. Stop living in the past. Start thinking about your future, the future where you can succeed. That future is actually happening around you right now. So take control of your future now by living in the present. Living for now, because that, at the end of the day, is the only thing that matters. Boost your life. Make your life and live your life. You don't have to be great to start. But to be great, you have to start. Life isn't all about being born into success or being born great, because we all start in the exact same position. We're all born into equal opportunities. So why let this opportunity slip? Don't be afraid that you're not good enough to start the journey. God, you're worthy. You're more than worthy enough to start this journey. If anybody's qualified, it's you, because it's your journey. You don't have to be great. You just gotta want it. All you have to do is want it. Want this dream to be executed. And once you know that this journey is for you, that's whenever you can start to be great. When you're working hard, you're gonna know that you deserve success. You're gonna know that you have become something worthwhile. Take control and be in control, man. You're better than you think you are. You have the potential to change this life you have. You know that. You have the potential to take your life through into the right direction. The direction pushes you straight past the finish line. Edge towards the deep end. That's where you learn to swim. This is where you can start. This power you have is the place that moves you towards the life that you know you have. This future is where it begins. Take the time to know that you can, and always will succeed if you work. Know that now is the time. Now is the time to work. Now is the time to take this power. Start your life now. Start your life today. Use the day to change your view on life. Succeed. Work knowing that you can succeed. Knowing that you have the power to be something with potential, to always move forward, something with purpose. Take this purpose now. Now is the time to take this opening. The opening that drives you towards success. Aspire to give yourself power. To give yourself freedom to succeed. Rise up from the ground. Rise up and transform into the potential you deserve. Transform into the power you've earned. What are transforming into? A snake, a panther, a tiger, a lion, predators. Predators that take control. That's what you can become. Your control is your direction. Your drive, set your expectations high. Compete with your power. Become the potential you've always handled. But make it your work to succeed. This can be more than your power. Now isn't the time to stop. Now you can really achieve. Now you can really make it. Visualize it, picture it. And make it happen, make it your reality. This is reality, the reality to change. Change towards influence, the influence to be successful. Take this risk, use this power. Have this potential, use this potential. This is where you can change, where you can improve. We all have to start somewhere. Somewhere where you can achieve. Know that your success is in your hands. It's in your reach, you can reach it. Reach it until you can touch it. Grasp it in your fist. Break the boundaries, and take the risk. The risk that moves you closer and closer towards the success you deserve. The lion doesn't turn around when the dog barks. Work like a tank, one goal success. This is what you should strive for: progress. You have the power to break past anything that is holding you back from your future, the future you're worthy of. Be this, become this. Become the person that never looks back, that never turns back. This is the risk you have to take. The risk you need to take in order for you to progress towards a future where you and only you in control. Learn from the mistakes you make. Turn what is setting you back into something that pushes you forward. This is where it all starts. This life for you to succeed. For you to chase after what you want. This is where you're heading towards your future. A future full of potential, full of your power. Stop taking your life for granted. Know what power you have. Know where your potential can take you. Know that this is where it starts. Take action with purpose to constantly improve. To always look for more, to always look to be better. What are you doing now? What do you need to do to set your life in order? In order for you to truly succeed, you need to get it done. The one thing that is burdening your mind, possessing it with guilt, get it done. Work until it's done. Work until your dream becomes your reality. This is where it starts. You are the power to get it started. Take pride in your work. Move forward towards a life full of success. A life filled with the intention to achieve. To have ethic to constantly strive for progress. Always looking for trust in your work. Trust you can and will move forward. Take this, use this. Use this to motivate you towards a life full of achievement. This is where you belong, work where you want to be. Take this decision with purpose. Purpose to change into the power you have. Into the potential you've earned. Don't ask for it, just do it. Do it and make it happen. This is where it all begins. Take this opportunity as a sign to drive you towards progress. Your success is earned by you, so only you can work for it. Take this as your opportunity to change your life for the better. This risk is what will take you in the direction where you control your life. At last, this risk is not only your power, it's your superpower. It takes more than thought to make this happen. For yourself, it takes action. Work, graft, until you feel pain rise from your toes up to the highest point of your head. Not until then will you know you've made it. Made it past the fear, past failure, and towards achievement. You are in the right place. Your place is here. This is where it all starts. Where your life finally falls into place. Where you don't just see progress, You become it, you have it. You feel it within you. This is when you know you've made it. When you know you've grown. You can become more, you can always become more. And this is where you start with your mindset. The mindset where you know you can not only make it, but break it. Break past the limits you set for yourself. This potential you have is endless. Endless power means endless potential. See this as a start, write out your own rules. Write your own directions. This can make you more. Make you become more. This is now. It's always been now. There is no reason why you are not successful. We live in the most advanced civilization ever to exist. We have every piece of information at our fingertips. A device that fits in our head. You want to know how to cook? Search it on YouTube. You want to get into investigate? Search it on Google. There are no excuses now. If you are not successful today, then you can only blame yourself. Blame yourself for the things you didn't do yesterday. We live in the information age. We have so much of it that we can be paralyzed by too much information and can stop us from pursuing our dreams. Your job is to use the right information. Discard anything that doesn't help. The only thing missing now is energy and passion. It's hard to find passionate people. They don't shout out loud. They work in silence because it's the work that drives their passion. It's about the process, not the recognition. It's about the long nights, not the party. It's the results that give them up. Not the money, it's their integrity. Not how quickly they can sell out. If you are passionate about what you do, you're in it for life. Not a day, a week, a month or a year, it's for life. So what's stopping you? I think only you know that. Not a day, a week, a month or a year, it's for life. I woke up today with a vision. I woke up with my goal. I was blind. But now I see what I want. I can see what it takes. I was blind to the truth. But now I see the life I'm working for. I see the glory, I see the pain. I was blind to it all, but now I see. My vision revealed the truth. I'm no longer in the dark. I see the path I need to take. I see what is for the taking. I was blind, but now I see success. I see bits, I see fame. I see good times, I see recognition. I see my name and rights. I see the best version of myself. I was blind, but now I see the truth. because I was blind to my potential. But now I can see it. There is nothing worse than living a life with no vision. Nothing to inspire you, nothing to drive you. Nothing to succeed for you must have a vision. You must have a reason. They asked the blind person, "What is the worst thing about not being able to see?" They replied, "The only thing worse than being blind is having sight, but no vision." Live your life like you are the hero in your own movie. When you die, you get to go to the movies, and you are shown your life as a movie. Will you enjoy it, or would you hate it? Living as if you are the hero in your own movie gives a third-person perspective on your life. It can make you think about the decision more clearly and think, will this improve my life or not? Will this job be exciting? Or am I doing it to make someone else happy? Does this relationship fulfillment or not? Sometimes in life, you have to think about yourself. You see, you have to have fun in life. If you don't, what's the point? Think about life as two, fun and excitement. If you don't wake up in the morning with excitement, then that is a waste of life. This doesn't mean you can't have sad moments and feel alone. Your emotions should be like waves. They come in and out, but the ocean doesn't change. And this should be your life. You get one life. Stop blaming others. Stop blaming people for the reason you find yourself in now. Stop blaming your situation. Stop blaming your parents. Stop blaming the government. Stop blaming the genetics. Stop blaming your finances. Stop blaming your past. Claw yourself back into the life. Stop blaming everybody else. The only person you can truly blame is you. Because you are the only person who can. Get yourself out of it. Live life a victor, not a victim. You might even be right. You might be poor because of your parents, or broken because of your relationship you were in. But what does blaming people or society do for you? It will keep you in the same hole. And all you're doing is digging the hole even more. It's because your situation where you right now hasn't changed. In order to go forward and to get out of the hole is growth instead. Bringing other people down to your level. Build yourself up to them. Claw yourself out of that hole, and you will get to see the sun once again. Massive success is how you prove people wrong and prove yourself right. The only way you get upstream is to swim against the current. A goal without a plan is just a wish. A goal is more than just motivation. It's your power, your superpower. Are you really wasting this power you have? Your goal can take you to a place where you know you can succeed. A goal is better than just a wish. Make a plan and become that plan. You are more than your potential. You are your success. Trust your potential to take you there. Your goals are endless, your power is endless. So work until you can be better. Until you can finally improve. Take this opportunity seriously. Use this power. Become your potential to become your power. Your mindset is your power. Have the intention to take action. Have the intention to really change. To really grasp the opportunity. And make this your definition. Your definition of power, of change, of success. Work with discipline, work with potential. Work with power, you are better, be better. Always look how to change. Always look for something to improve. Because one switch can completely alter your life. Your entire future. This is what's important. This can bring about improvement. This is how we change, and this is how we begin. Take the pressure as a tool to succeed. Start by looking for improvement. This is where it can all fall into place. This is how you know you're working hard. This is how you know that you can work harder. Until you feel the pain right behind your eyes. Nothing stops when you're constantly moving. Set yourself in place. Move your life toward the finish line, where you have accomplished all you need to, everything you ever wanted. This is where you get, where you can really feel it happening for you. For you and only you, this is the time. Now is the time. Think as today as tomorrow. Think as right now as next year. Because right now is your future. The secret of success is found in your daily routine. Change only comes from you. Change can only be made by you. Change. Never surrender, never back down. Let this be the moment that fulfills you. The moment that changes you. This is how you can become someone of purpose. Someone you can be proud of this. This is where everything can fall into place for you. This is how you can start taking action. Taking action that pushes you towards a future. A future full of success. Don't let anything hold you back. Don't let anyone hold you back. Because right now you're free. You're free to let your potential go to use. Let your success be free to start your future. Let's think. Think about what's holding you back right now. Take these and use your power to crush it. Crush it down to a pulp. Crush it down until you know that you can rise up. Rise to your restrictions, your limits, your future. And your potential has more power than it ever has. It holds more significance than you can ever imagine. You can, and you will be better. The only reason you're being held back is because you've been told to. You've been told you can't be better. And you've been told that you can't grow. You can, and you will rewrite the rules. Because it is your life, this can happen for you. So I want you to let this be the beginning. Let this be the start. Stop what you're doing right now and think about this. Let today be the start of your journey. Your journey to success and a life built on your power. Not anybody else's. Let yourself be your future. Let this start to define a legacy that you'll be proud to be. This can and will be the start of your life. Becoming someone that seeks change, looks for improvement. A life where you can finally be happy. To move forward into a future where you're in control. A future where you write the rules. Now, right now is your future. Stop holding your power back. Stop holding your future back. Never let this opportunity slide again. Don't let your opportunity, your opening, your future fall away. You deserve so much more. You've earned so much more. Change for you. Change your perception, change your attitude. And look at your future as a journey. A journey towards a life where you can be happy, where you can finally feel satisfied. You know, I see fate. I see fate as an excuse. I see that's an excuse to do nothing. Something to blame you failing on fate. Real or not, it shouldn't be an aspect of your life that's holding you back from growing. Imagine if every time something went wrong, every time you made a mistake, we just accepted it. Accept failure. The only thing you should accept is progress. And the only way to make progress is to see our mistakes as a lesson. A lesson on what to do next time, because this time, we make our own destiny. We don't live in a fairy tale, so we don't get everything we ask for. This is why you're free. You're free to fail, you're free to succeed. This is where your future starts, within reality. Our concepts of reality twists and change throughout life. You know it moves with you. As a child, life is at your fingertips, full of potential. But as we get older, the facade starts to change. It starts to rely on you. This is how you can take control. This is how you can push your life in the direction you wanted to move it. Don't let it fail on top of you. And don't let it make you weak. Don't let your power drain. Because today, life is relying on you, and you can make the changes. Today you can grow. I want you to block on every little tiny thing that's holding you back in. Squash down every single limit. And only think of your potential. Let this moment right here be the beginning of your future. The start of a life that you direct. Because this is where it begins. You and only you have the power to move forward. Nobody else can do that for you. Cause remember, it's your future. It is your life, so you have control. You have the authority, the making, the living of the future of your life. You're in charge of all of them, so take a risk today. Push the limits for right now. See the power you hold in your hands. See the light you could have if you started acting. Acting on your goal, constantly looking to a group. Always looking for one more step that you can take to make yourself better, because honestly, you deserve that for yourself. You don't say. Say it with me. Say, I am in control. Say, I'm in control. Look at the wider picture and see the world that you be facing. See the limits you have been set on and break them. Fight those limits, fight for your future. Because again, this here is your life and you only get one. You and only you have the. Are you committed? Because without commitment, nothing happens. Like you learn to get. Every area that there is not reciprocity, it will die. Reciprocity. What do you give back for what you get? You're not committed, you're not gonna make it. Even the ones with the personalities you don't like. You have to be committed. Through the storm and the rain, and the heartache and the pain and the disappointment, you have to believe in the we and the us, and not the me and the you. Or you're not gonna make it. It's a commitment, it's not a feeling. Until you have had the taste of finishing. You will not respect yourself until you follow through, until something is done. Come hell or high water. Tears and struggles and pain, and you go through it. Anyway, and you show up and you continue to fight on. No matter the circumstances. After a while, something begins to wither inside of you. Can't give to yourself. You're at the mercy of somebody else, and when they don't come through, you got pain, and what you become is a consequences of what you didn't get. It's an urge. It's an urge to be told every champion has felt it. Every president has felt it. Every king has felt it. Every lion has felt it. Every winner has felt it. Every soldier has felt it. Every victorious person has felt it, the urge. To quit. Don't you give up on your dream. I don't care if you don't have the money, you don't have the help, and you don't have the family for it, and you don't have the background for it, and you don't have the friends for it. Don't you give up on your dream. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. It may take you twice as long. You may have to take courses and classes. You might not read as fast. You might not move as quick. You might not have as much, but don't you quit. Don't you quit, you do make a difference. You do make a difference. You do make a difference. As weak as you are, as tired as you are, as many mistakes as you make, you do make a difference. There is something they would lose if you were not there. There was something that they would miss. If you were not there, you do make a difference. We all have things that we're believing for, dreams that we want to accomplish, problems we're hoping will turn around. Maybe it's to see our family restored, to lose some weight, to break an addiction, to start our own business. But sometimes, as it goes on month after month, even year after year, we don't see anything changing. It's easy to get discouraged and think, it's never going to happen. This is as good as it gets. I'll just learn to live with. We all go through disappointments, setbacks, loss. Pain is a part of life. It's easy to get discouraged, even bitter, like, why is this happening to me? Sometimes we look at pieces in our lives that don't make sense. The key is what we do in our times of pain. Pain will change as heartache. Loss, disappointments, they don't leave us the same. Every painful time, even though you don't like it, it's developing something in you that can only be developed in the tough times. Eventually that will pass. You'll get through it. But you will be different in those tough times. When you're uncomfortable going through a loss, dealing with an illness, you could easily let it overwhelm you. Now how the pain changes you is up to you. You can come out bitter, or you can come out better. You can come out defeated, giving up on your dreams, or you can come out with a new passion, a new fire, excited about the new opportunities in front of you. I may not like it, but I'm not a whiner. I'm a warrior. I know I can handle this. Don't complain about the pain. Without the pain, we couldn't reach the fullness of our destiny. Sometimes we bring pain on ourselves. We make poor choices, get in a relationship. We know it's not good. Maybe get over our head and our spending. Now it's pain. We're having to deal with the consequences. All of us experience pain. My challenge, don't just go through it. Grow through it. That difficulty is an opportunity to get strong, to develop character, to gain new confidence. Anybody can give up. Anybody can let it overwhelm you. But you know what that's doing. Wasting your pain. That pain is not there to stop you. It's there to prepare you, to increase you, to develop you. Difficulties are part of life. Now quit telling yourself you can't take it. You're not weak, you are well able. Eventually the pain will pass. You'll give birth to new strength. Just because it hasn't happened yet, doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. There will always be forces trying to convince us to settle where we are. Life has a way of pushing our dreams down. They can become buried under discouragement, buried under past mistakes. Their dreams buried under divorce, buried under low self-esteem. It's easy to settle for mediocrity, even though we have all this potential buried on the inside. What are you remembering? The hurt, the pain, what didn't work out? Turn it around and remember your dream. Have you allowed any dreams to get buried in you? At one time, you believed you could do something great. You believed you could lead the company in sales. You believed you could break that addiction. This been a long time, had some bad breaks. Wasn't all your fault. You could easily settle where you are. Nobody would fault you. The enemy would love to deceive you into burying your dream, thinking that it's never gonna work out. Don't believe those lies. It's not too late to become all that you were created to be. Every time you remember your dream, you're removing some dirt. You're digging it back out. The true mark of a champion is, even though some dirt gets thrown on your dream, instead of letting it get buried, you keep shaking it off, you keep moving forward. You wouldn't be having that opposition if you didn't have something great in you. If your dream wasn't alive and on track, right on schedule to come to pass, you wouldn't have so many things coming against you. That dream is still alive. You may have tried a year ago, 5 years ago, or 40 years ago. Didn't work out. Nobody was there to help you go back. And try again. This is your time. This is your moment. Your destiny is calling out to you. Can I tell you, your dream is not there? It's just not in season. Your time is coming. Promotion is coming. Good breaks are coming. Promises you've been standing on. Dreams you've been praying about. Lack is not your destiny. Constantly struggling, barely getting by is not the end of your story. These light afflictions are for a moment. The adversity is temporary, the glory is eternal. There are some dreams shut up in you like fire. You're going to feel your destiny calling out. May not have happened the first time. The loan didn't go through. You didn't get chosen for the part. The medical report wasn't good. That's okay, it's still in you. This is your time. This is your moment. Shake off the doubt. Shake off the negativity. You're at the right place. You're at the right time. Now all you gotta do is get in the right frame of mind. Lord, I believe this is my year to get healthy and whole. This is my year to meet the people of my dreams. This is my year to go further in my career, to step into a new level of my destiny. This is my year to accomplish dreams, to break free from this depression. This is my year to meet the right people. This is my year to get healthy and home. This is your year to see devil. This is you here for vindication, for restoration, for new beginnings. Now get your mind going in the right direction. And what you've done with your life thus far, is it giving you what you want? Is it giving you what you want? When you look toward the future, when you look at all that's going on out here, Marina, I know I can do more than what I've been doing. I know there's some great music that I have within me that I haven't brought out here yet. Is that something that you begin to look at within yourself? See, I say, if you look at your life, and if you're not getting what you want, you owe it to yourself to do something differently. If you want a job, 85% they say of Americans go to jobs. Then they're unhappy. If you're doing something 8 hours a day that you don't like, it's not giving you what you want. It's not giving you a strong feeling of satisfaction and fulfillment. You're miserable. You hate to go there. You're depressed just thinking about it. You sing the Thank God It's Friday song every week. If that's what it is you are to yourself, to start strategically working to change directions. See, but you know what most people do. Most people will resist change. Most people will fight change. As if change would be worse than what they're experiencing. See, they know this. They're familiar with this. Most people will not challenge the unknown. They won't just step out there. See, there's certain things has got to be in place. They got to see it all together. And life isn't like that. That's not how you grow. So, as you look at your life, you say, I'm not getting what I want. And you begin to look toward the future. Begin to know that whatever it takes for you to create, that you got that in you. You got that, you got genius in you. You got goodness in you. You got creativeness in you. If you decide to take the initiative to change the current quality of your life, I say to you that you will find that the universe is on your side. That life is on your side. Now, will it be turbulent? Yes. Will it be easy? No. Will you have some opposition? Yes. Will I make a lot of mistakes? Yes. Will I get hurt? Yes. Yes, see. A lot of people won't try anything different in life because they don't want to get hurt. Let me tell you something. It's too much pain to die. Pain is everywhere. You can hide under here, it will come where you are. It's everywhere. Viktor Frankl calls it unavoidable suffering. You can't duck it, but most people spend their life not wanting to deal with the pain of rejection, the pain of defeat, the pain of being disappointed, the pain of losing, the pain of failure, the pain of being criticized, the pain of not being liked, the pain that's called life. Life is full of pain. It's everywhere. But guess what? There's no gain without pain. Because it's the pain of regret. That's your experience. If I had to do it over again, that's a pain, don't you know? That's when you know. I was in a seminar watching this lady stood up. If I had my life to live over again. She talked about all the things that she would do. And you can feel the pain of regret in her voice. The pain of regret. She still experienced pain. She was trying not to experience the pain of defeat, the pain of disappointment, the pain of loss, the pain of lack of support. And she still experienced pain. It was right there. We can't get around it. Most people are governed by their habits, their fears, and the opinions of others. A lot of people never try anything differently. Because they have been convinced by people in their lives that they value that they can't do it. They're living within the context of the opinions that other people have of them. The low expectations. Many people doubt themselves because when they thought about doing something at some critical point in their lives, somebody they respected and honored, somebody they believed in, somebody that they loved, someone they trusted said, "You can't do that." And they accepted that. As you look at your life, ask yourself the question, what would your life be like? What would your life look like if you decided not to care what people thought of you? What would your life be like if you decided to give up some of your fears? What would your life be like if you decided to become courageous? What would your life be like if you decided to act on your dream? If you did what you felt in your heart? You know what courageous means. Tom Ruskin and Randy Reed said. They said that courage comes from a French word, which means of the heart. But how does it feel to you? He says it's courage, you know. It takes courage to live. Since most people go through life not allowing themselves to step out because they don't want to let go. They don't want to be blown around. They don't want to be moved. The courage to face life's whirling wind of contradictions, the courage to love yourself. The courage to love. That for years, I was afraid to love. The courage to take a chance. The courage to be who you are. He says courage isn't for somebody else, for medals, applause, or moral debts. Courage is what at that moment feels most right for you. Not just situational ethics, but what feels right in your heart, the word. Of the heart, what feels right in your heart? One great philosopher says cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. What does that mean, the valiant people aren't afraid? No, it means that they experience that fear and they move forward. And move forward anyhow. Many people are dead now. Many people are lying their dreams to die. Many people are lying. The idea is to lie dormant and collect dust. Many people have all this talent and ability that they are lying to be in, buried inside of them, that they will take with them to their graves because they didn't have the courage to be who they are. I say you, begin to look toward the future and manifesting your greatness. It's gonna take everything in you. Everything in you that your life deserves. The concentrated effort. Begin to look at, how is it that I can express more of me? How is it that I can bring my ideas out here now? How is it? And start living with a sense of urgency because you're here today. Your gone today life is unpredictable. It's uncertain. There are no guarantees. No guarantees out here at all. So holding back, what are you waiting on? Ask yourself, what's the benefit of your waiting? What's the benefit of your not living your dream? What's the benefit of not listening to yourself? Oh, please listen to yourself. You know the feeling. When you start listening to the feelings in your heart, and I'm doing it now more every day, I find that my feelings, I can trust them. And I say to you, that is, you look toward the future. You look at life on a daily basis. If there's something that you have been given, if you've heard something within yourself that you know, that what you do now doesn't fit you, it doesn't work for you, it's not giving you what you want, and there's something else that you want to do, don't allow that inner doubt in you to talk you out of it, to build a case on why you can't have it, to tell you why you're not good enough. You ignore that inner voice and all of the external voices. Don't judge the possibilities for what you can do based upon the circumstances, because the circumstances won't determine who you are. Don't determine what you're able to do based upon your resources. Don't determine what's possible for you based where your life is right now. Where your life is right now is not you. That's just what it is right now. But the possibilities for you are unlimited. If you're in a rebuilding process, it's unlimited. If you're coming back from adversity and devastation, it's unlimited of what you can do. That's the capacity of human beings. It doesn't matter how many mistakes you've made. Doesn't matter how many flocks you've had. Doesn't matter how much money you've lost. Like I said, only as an investment. What you learn from life, not losses. But investments are what's possible for you. And I say to you that once you start listening to yourself, and as you begin to act on your dream, as you start just trying to find your way, doing what you can, what you have, you will start seeing things opening up for you. Start attracting people you say where they come from. Things will start coming together drinking for you say. While you start brainstorming, ideas will come out of nowhere as you focus on it. The key to it is to begin to fuck. And what it is you want to do wireless. Why is that important? Because as you focus on that which you want to do, that which we focus on, that which we give our energy to, it will begin to multiply. It will begin to expand. It will begin to develop your consciousness. And out of that comes your greatness. Out of that comes a commitment. Out of that comes a passion for life. Out of that comes a special power that you have in you, that you haven't even called on yet. See, the powers that we have will never reveal themselves if we don't challenge them, if we don't put ourselves in the position where we have to use them. So one of the most important things of reading a book, that's a really interesting book called Instant Millionaire. And the guy said, put yourself in a position where you can't retreat, where it's do or die, sink or swim. Here's what you find out. You develop incredible swimming skills. You find yourself stroking, and like you've never seen before. Through the inspiration of desperation, you become more creative than ever before. So what is it? How do we handle that whole piece? Throw your whole self into it. See, most people go at it tentatively. They don't give all their stuff. They don't concentrate. They don't put everything they've got in them. One guy wrote a book called All You Can Do Is All You Can Do. And all you can do is enough. But he said, make sure you do all you can do. And if we're honest this evening, we know that we haven't done all we can do. So as we look at the future, we can decide that from this day forward. If I look at my personal relationships, if I look at my professional relationships, if I look at my family relationships, if I look at all the dimensions of my life, looking at myself mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, I'm going to do all I can do to develop me, to bring my talent out here, to make a contribution to life. I don't care what it is. I don't care what you want to do. But do the hell out of that. It takes, again, hard work, and it takes perseverance. And again, it just takes contacts, and it takes perspective. You gotta put your stake in the ground and go after this thing called your future, because no one's gonna give it to you. Don't talk about it. Don't mull it over. Don't plan for it. Just get after. All of us have seen our destiny at some point in time, and we decided not to listen. We decided to ignore it, you know. That's not for me. Life came in and snapped aside the head, and we stopped dreaming anymore. Give it everything you got, and if you fail, you can at least do what you try. But if you don't go out there and give 120%, you're not a man. It's time to understand that if you want to get something out of your life, you got to be willing to work for it. How much are you really willing to give? You have an everlasting potential. And as long as you have a heartbeat, as long as you have everything you want, you have an opportunity to change this world. Change your life and live your dream today. Settle for anything less than what you know you can get. Just make sure you make your mark. Make sure you make your mark in this world. When you become what you're supposed to be, then you go bless somebody else. And that's what it's really all about. If you don't get serious with what's going on in front of you, you're going to forfeit everything that you were born to. Take the leap of faith and believe that everything is going to be all right. Take that leap of faith, trust yourself to bring up. As a human being, the strongest thing you've got is your force of will. So take that force of will and make that happen. Make sure every breath you take count for something. That when you get to the spot, you get to the spot for $1,000, $1 million. Live your life now, live your dreams now. Stop acting like this is your last day on the planet. Claim the sacred spaces of your minds and move toward that destiny with patience, perseverance, and prayer. Tick-tock. What is ticking off here is not the clock. It's your life. You are running out of time. I hear the clock ticking. That's what I hear in the end is 9. You don't know how much time you have. You keep telling yourself you got time, and watch what happens if you don't take a hold of your life. If you don't get serious with what's going on in front of you, you're gonna forfeit everything that you were born to be. Time waits for no man. That clock is always ticking. Your time is limited. So don't waste it living someone else's life. You gotta give it everything you got, whether it's your time, your talent, or your treasures. When's the time to jump in the pool? When's the time to kiss the boy? When's the time to get married? When's the time to take your training off the bike? When's the time to live your life? Answers I don't know. Nobody knows. There's no right answer. There's that moment in time. However you spend your time, that tells you who you are. Stop waiting for tomorrow. Stop waiting for the perfect moment. You gotta do it, because if you don't, life is gonna hoop you until you surrender. Tick. Who's not gonna see you accomplish your goals? Who's not gonna see you blow up? Who's not gonna be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor with you? Who put in life and one day you gonna be great, but you think you got time? Time is one of the most powerful, important tools that any of us will ever get, because time we never get back. You gotta have faith, and that faith gives you patience. And it's not gonna happen as quickly as you want it to happen. There's not an hour that's gonna go by. There's not a minute that's gonna go by that is not accounting for greatest time. TikTok. You don't always have to talk about what you're up to. Let your results speak for you. Let your actions speak for you. Social media doesn't always need to know about your grinding and hustle. People will know about it when they see your results. It's the one thing you can't fake. There's a lot of fake people out there talking a lot of crap about who they are and what they've accomplished. But one thing you can never fake is results. Be that person, the one who delivers. Not the talker, not the statement. The result may confuse them with your silence and shock them with your results. Under-talk, over-deliver. There's a saying when you build in silence. They don't know what to attack. Don't let the haters get a chance to attack you before you've done any. Build in silence and shock them with your end result. You must know the results will come. If you get your head down and work, you do not need to tell everyone what you're up to or who you think you're going to be. Just show them the results will come. If you get your head down and work, your work ethic will show in your result. Your hustle will show in your results. Your ability will show in your result. Your greatness will show in your results. Never in your tone. There's no need to tell people how great you are. When you are truly great, they will tell you. Let your results speak for you. Let your actions speak for you. Confuse them with your silence and shock them with your results. Your work ethic will show in your results. Your muscle will show in your results. Your ability will show in your results. Your greatness will show in your results. Never in your talk. You really want me on the team. What's your approach to recruit me? Well, first place. Come play with me. You want second place. Go somewhere else. Like I would watch Magic play. Watch Michael play. And I will see them do these unbelievable things. And I say, you know, can I get to that level? I don't know, but let's find out. That's why he's the best player in the game. Everything was done to try to learn how to become a better basketball player. Everything. And so, when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library. to help you to become better at your craft. So, because you know what you want, the world's giving you exactly the information, 100%, because you know what you're looking for. So many guys tell stories about your work ethic. Yeah, what was really your work ethic like? And for how long did you stay disciplined? And well, me every day. Since you have 20 years, it was an everyday process. And trying to figure out strengths and weaknesses. For example, jumping ability. Now my vertical roots of 40 wasn't a 46 or 40-45. My hands are big, but they're not massive, right? So you got to figure out ways to strengthen. So your hands are strong enough to be able to palm a ball and do the things that you need to do. Quickness, I was quick, but not insanely quick. I was fast, but not ridiculously fast, right? So I had to rely on skill a lot more. I had to rely on angles a lot more. Had to study the game a lot more. But I enjoyed it though. So like from the time I can't remember when I started watching the game. I studied the game and it just never changed. It's a good separation for me. You know, emotionally, to be able to put myself in a place where at practice, when I'm training and doing games, I switch my mind to something else. Switch my mode into something else, right? For me, it's the equivalent of, our focus today is going to be on understanding the principle of self-manifestation. WRITE that down if I was to be asked, what is my greatest advice to give you? As a young man or young woman, it would be this message. People are not looking for you. They are looking for what you are carrying. And if you don't manifest what you are carrying, the world will ignore you because you exist. Doesn't mean you're going to be successful because you are on the planet. Doesn't mean that people are going to notice you. You can live an entire life and not be noticed by humanity. We can bury you in a cemetery and we would never know you were here, except for that tombstone. And the reason is because most of the humans on Earth live on Earth, but never manifest themselves. And so the most important goal in your life should be self-manifestation. Now this is how you know you're not living in your gift. If when the alarm clock goes off in the morning and you ain't happy about it, you ain't doing what you want to do. See you fighting upstream. You going against what God created you for. If your job makes you sick to go to, if you are unhappy with waking up to go to where you got to go, it's because you ain't living in your gift. Some people are born to be teachers, caregivers, nurses, babysitters. Those are gifts. If you living in your gift, you cool. It's just if you ain't, if you fried chicken better than everybody else, you should be somewhere frying chicken. You do have better than everybody else. You should be somewhere doing somebody's hair. Those are gifts. Telling jokes was a gift. They just not just running, jumping. If you paint, you should be painting. If babysitting is what you really do, you should be babysitting you doing anything. If you fix cars, you work with your hands. You're supposed to be working with your hands. You do anything else. When that alarm clock go off in the morning, you ain't gonna like it. Now if you waking up, you going down there. They ain't paying you what you want. You hate your co-workers, you down there. Your boss has no business being your boss. I just never thought that anybody should be in charge of me. I always saw myself free. I just want to come to work. This all I want to do, Bishop Jake said this. And I would hate to die and never do the thing I was born to do. You should look into that. before you mess around and check out of here. Write this down, please. Discontent is the seed of change. In other words, you will never change what you tolerate. How many times have you said, I need to change this shit? But you keep doing it. It's because you tolerate it. Whatever you tolerate will never change. So how do you break a toleration? Here's my advice, write this down. You will never become what you could be until you become angry with what you are. Anger brings change. Your life is defined by what you hate. Can you write that down right now? Whatever you don't hate, you allow. And whatever you allow, you will never change. People say that God is love. Sometimes we use that to accommodate evil. But the Bible says God also hates things. The great King David wrote 7 things God hates. Solomon wrote 14 of them. What kind of habits do you have? What is your secret habit? What is your public habit? You designing your future with that habit. We don't decide our future. We decide our habits, and our habits decide our future. You have a habit of watching television. Your future is designed in that habit. So the power of a habit can control your destiny. So you gotta decide your habits. I have a habit, for example, of reading the Bible every day, and not as some spiritual giant. I made it a habit, so if I don't read the Bible, I feel like I'm going through withdrawals. What a good habit to have. Prayer should be a habit for most people. Prayer is an occasional surprise, or when things are falling apart. Only your gift will make room for you. Now, what is your gift? It's the thing that you do the absolute best with the least amount of effort. That's your gift. Quit running away from the gift. Your gift will make room for you. Stop trying to be something you ain't gifted at. Nobody asked you to go down here and study to be a dentist, and you ain't really good at that. Listen to me, all of you have this gift. Identify this thing that you do the absolute best with the least amount of effort. That's what you should be doing. You're wasting your time pursuing your passion. The Bible does not mention passion. It mentions your gift. What are you gifted at? And do that. Stop tripping. You can do that if you fried chicken better than everybody you know. You'll be somewhere frying chicken. People make millions of dollars. Fried chicken. Popeye's Kentucky Fried Chicken. El Palo Loco, all they're doing is making chicken. Somebody just started making chicken. You know the story of Marie Callender's. Do you know what this woman did, man? She worked for a diner. A greasy spoon diner that was going out of business. It was her only job. She was a single mother. It was her only job. She needed that job. But the diner was gone to close. So she went to the owner of the diner. Said, let me bake one of my pies. People like my pies. And see if I can help you make a little money. He said, whatever, bring it in. She bought one pie. They saw every slice. The next day, the people came in and asked for the pie. She had to go home and make another pie. The next day, so many people asked for the pie. She had to make for pies. Then people start saying, can I buy my own pie? She made so many pies at this store that she eventually saved the money. and put a commercial oven in her house. She made so many pies to do shop. He's selling hamburger no more. All he's selling is them pie. That's how Marie Callender got stuck. Marie Callender now has over 120 restaurants. You can't go to no frozen food section without seeing Marie Callender. In that, you know what she started with. A pack, one pack. Would you become after today? Depends on what you do with this message. All of you in this room, I have good news for you. You came to this earth because there's something that earth needed. That God hid inside of you. Everything in creation was created with a gift. Everything God created, nothing without a gift in it. It took me 30 years to make that one statement. Research experience. My own life studying creation itself. You were born to this planet, set here by a greater power, to deliver something that we need. God created everything with gifts. In other words, you are a package, sent to earth to deliver a gift to your generation. You are obligated to us. You owe me what you are carrying. Whatever you created to become, you possess now. This is a divine principle. What do you think your gift? What did I say? Whatever you were created to become. You possess it now, in other words. Whatever you were born to do is not ahead of you. It's within you, because whatever you were destined to become, God has prepared you with it. The Creator never places the future outside of a thing. Your future is not ahead of you. It's actually trapped on the inside. In other words, write this down. You came to planet Earth with your future inside of you. I say it this way: God hid your future in a place where He knew you couldn't miss it. A gift is the inherent capacity to fulfill a function that meets a need in creation. Every word is important here. Inherent means no one can give this to you. You came with this. No prophecy can give you a gift. A prophecy may stir it up. This session is probably one of the most important senses in your life because you are still stuck looking for a job. You know what's good about gifts? You don't have to look for them. The dude that cut my hair, I met him in 1986. He cut my hair for $10. I remembered him when I got on TV. I had high. He came out there. He started making $300 a haircut. I paid him $10. He had been with me so many years that he was making $15 per haircut. I was getting my haircut 4 times a week. For television into it, I paid him $15 each time. He was making $6,000 a week. You know what he was doing? Cutting hair. That same haircut I paid $10 for in '87. This dude was cutting it now for me for $15. I cut my hair off. But then let me tell you what he did. I paid him a chunk of money for being with me all these years. Gave him a severance pay, told him good luck. Guess what this dude got now? He got for salons, and he owned the barber colleges. You know what this dude made now? $3.6 million a year. You know what he do? He cut half. He don't do nothing else. That's his guild. Friend of mine we grew up with. All he did was cut grass. He had a single blade lawnmower that he pushed. He was so good at it, he could raise the blades up and long. He could cut patterns in your grass. We little I'm going. Hey man, we going swimming now. I got cut Miss Jackson grass. He could cut patterns in your yard. He could put your initials in your grass. As a little boy, $2 for the front, $2 for the back for dollars. We used to laugh at him all the time. Well, let me tell you what we laughing at now. He got landscape company and Cleveland, and I was just born making $4 million a year. You know what he do? He cut grass. He got 38 trucks. He got all the contracts in the city. Malls, corporations. And when it snow outside, he do such a good job cutting the grass. He put plows on the front of his trucks. He got all the snow removal contract. This boy making $4 million a year. And you know what he do? He cut grass. If you study all of our culture, all of our coaches, look at our coaches. They are built on employment. Employment destroys your gift. It stops you even from thinking about it. We have been damaged greatly by our educational systems because they have actually been conditioning us to believe that we are only here to find a job, pay some bills, and die matter of fact. Everything your parents tell you how to do at a job. Most of us, based on our culture, have been taught to go and find your future. And so we are conditioned just to get an education, to get a job, and then work in a place we hate for 45 years. And then they give us a clock to go home with, to sit in a rocking chair, to watch the rest of our time fade away. This is what they call retirement. It means you're tired, so you are retired. Double tiredness. Do not go to school, young people, to find a gift single woman. I promise you, you'll never find your gift in education. So make a note of this: a gift can never be learned. It can only be refined. That's why you can go to college and get a PhD and still be broke. Because education is not a gift. You can actually go to school and spend a lot of money going through all kinds of universities and never refine your gift because you took the wrong courses. Most people, God forbid, in this room went to college and studied the wrong thing because your decision to choose a certain area of study was motivated more by economic potential than personal fulfillment. So now you are depressed because you are not fulfilling your gift. Well educated and still trying to pay for it. Even your career may not be your gift, is what I'm saying. And God may send this message to you right now to tell you it's time to change your career into your call. I was speaking at a school I was talking to the students. Principal was mortified with my message because I was telling the truth. I was telling the kids education is important, but your education is not the most important thing in your life. I'm sorry, it's not. Your dream is the most important thing in this world. It tops your education if your dreams dwarf your education. I said, and the principal came up on the stage while I was speaking. Don't ever say that to my school again. Well, I'm just telling you, dog. You can save your kids a lot of pain if you ever talk to them about their dreams. You got to talk to young people about their dreams. See, it's not your education. The Bible don't even mention education. It ain't even in there. The Bible says, "A man without a dream or vision shall perish." If you talk to kids about their dreams, your dreams can spur you to get the education. But if you never find out what a child is dreaming about, you can't hold their attention. It's the dream, man. If you got a kid that want to be an airplane pilot, you quit talking to him about education. Talk to him about being a pilot, how great it is where he'll be able to fly. Then he'll do math, he'll do engineering. He'll go to science cause he wants to be a pilot. It's the dream, that's the biggest thing. People killing me, man. With this education, I ain't not get education. But you can make it without education. I ain't got one. You know how many people got degrees. Ain't working nowhere. Now, if you want to be a doctor, lawyer, dentist, stuff like that, you gotta go get education. We're not talking about that. But you keep going. Get all these pieces of paper hang on your wall. You got 1 degree, you ain't make it with that. Your life will never be a straight path. I began at Fordham University as a pre-med student. I took a course called that cardiac morphogenesis. I couldn't read it, I couldn't say it. I sure couldn't pass. So then I decided to go into pre-law, then journalism, and with no academic focus. My grades took off in their own direction. I was a 1.8 GPA one semester, and the university very politely suggested that it might be better to take some time off. I was 20 years old. I was at my lowest point. And then one day, March 27, 1975, I was helping my mother in a beauty shop. There was this older woman who was considered one of the elders in the town. And I didn't know her personally, but I was looking in the mirror. And every time I looked through the mirror, I could see him she was staring at. She said something I'll never forget. She said, "Young boy, I have a prophecy, a spiritual prophecy." She said you are going to travel the world and speak to millions of people. Now, mind you, I'm 20 years old. I'm blunt out of school. And so when I got back to Fordham netball, I got in. I changed my major once again for the last time. And in the years that followed, just as that woman prophesied, I have traveled the world, and I have spoken to millions of people. Through my movies, I found that nothing in life is worthwhile unless you take risks. Nothing. 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 7 read, "But we have this treasure. Where is it hidden? In jars of clay, earthen vessels, your body. To do what? To show, for that this all-surpassing power is from God, and not from us, Lord. Have mercy, because I put that stuff inside of you." What are you supposed to do with it? Show it for. Manifest yourself. What happens after what this says? And we are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed. We are perplexed sometime, but not in despair. Another way. No matter what you go through, the gift is still there in despair. I lost my house, gossip, but you still got the gift. The bank took back the car. I still got the gift. My girlfriend left me, but I still got the gift. Write this point down, please. The gift is the source of value to the created thing. Let me say it again. Your gift is the source of your value. Your value comes from your gift. So you never find your gift, you will never be valuable to us. And your value determines how much you make in life. You get paid for the value you bring to the earth. Don't pursue money. Whatever gives you value is the source of your wealth. And sometimes, people try to make money from the gift too early. My advice is give it away free. Cause when you give your gift away free, it gets exposed. Even a drug dealer knows about this. They give you the first one free. You must be serving your gift. How many years have I taught? I mean, for when I was 15 years old. The vision is teaching the Word of God. Never got a cent. When someone gives me $10,000 a day for speaking, you get jealous of me. I gave it away free for 15 years. You trying to get paid, you even in debt for 15 hours. Give it away free, serve your gift. Volunteer. I was 27 years old, October 8, 1985. Valerity's Comedy Club. Walked in the comedy club, first time in my life. Whatever tonight, $50. Drove 40 minutes, home, cried all the way home. This girl I wrote, and she said, "Why are you crying today with $50? You don't even understand. I'm born." She said, "What you mean you born?" I said, "I know what I'm gonna do the rest of my life." She said, "You ain't win but $50. No, I've been praying my whole life. God, what is it? My life got to be more than this. I want that comedy competition." I went to work October 9th, the next morning, and quit my job. That decision cost me everything I had. I lost everything. I lost my family. I lost friends. I lost everything. I became homeless. I lived in a car for 3 years. But I just saw this. I saw this vision. I just pursued it. I said, wow, that's it. You have to take chances in life. If you don't take chances in life, you'll never have the life God has for you. Life is about risk. If you play it safe, you won't have much of a life. Remember, this life is risk it. Take courage to pursue your dream. I just did it. They cost me everything. God is very good man. When he sees you take a leap of faith, he supplies you everything you need. Now it's gonna cost you something, but most people are not willing to pay what it costs. To go after your dream, cause you gonna have to hurt a little bit. And most people don't like being uncomfortable. If you don't want to be uncomfortable, please do not pursue success. Because success is very uncomfortable. I learned to be comfortable being uncomfortable. If you can get that in your head, everything you've ever gone through, God got you through it, you didn't even realize. He just got you through it. You can't name one thing he didn't pull you through. Why I lost my mother, I'm still grieving over there. I lost my mama 21 years ago. I still grieve over, but I'm here. You know you got through it. You gonna get through it. But you gotta take chance in life, man. Can't play it safe, y'all. You gotta jump, you gotta go for it. You will fail at some point in your life. Accept it, you will lose. You will embarrass yourself. You will suck at something. Embrace it because it's inevitable. And I should know, in the acting business, you fail all the time early on in my career. I auditioned for a part in the Broadway musical. Perfect role for me, I thought. Except for the fact that I can't sing. I didn't get the job. But here's the thing. I didn't quit. I didn't fall back. I walked out of there to prepare for the next audition. I pray, and I pray. But I continued to fail and fail and fail. But it didn't matter because it's an old saying. You hang around the barber shop long enough, sooner or later you're going to get a haircut, so you will catch a break. And I did catch a break if you don't fail. You're not even trying to get something you never had. You have to do something you never did. Imagine you're on your deathbed, and standing around your deathbed are the ghosts. representing your unfulfilled potential. The ghosts are the ideas you never acted on. The ghosts are the talents you didn't use. And they're standing around your bed angry, disappointed and upset. They say we came to you. You could have brought us to life, and now we have to go to the grave together. So you gotta get out there. You gotta give it everything you got, whether it's your time, your talent, your prayers, or your treasures. The question is, what are you going to do with what you have? I'm not talking about how much you have. Whatever your gift is, what are you going to do with what you have? Last one, secure the next generation. Have you noticed that every fruit gets seed in it? Every fruit got seed in it, because the fruit must maintain the future. That's my whole life. My whole life is to help people better than me. That's why I teach you so much. I want you to be great people. 10 keys to success kind of release your purpose. No. 1. You must first understand your destiny. No. 2. You must have a vision of your gift. See the finished product. No. 3. Believe you have the ability to fulfill it. No, for you must live by the laws that protect that gift. Be calling principles. No. 5. You must have a plan laid out to go toward your gift. No. 6. You must have the right people around you. Cause there's some gift killers. Gift killers, there's some folks who are suffocating us. Because they fail, they want you to fail. They ain't going nowhere. They won't take you with them. You gotta be careful with the people you have in your life. And no. 8. Persistence. You gotta handle the pressure to go after your gift. Because you live in a culture that doesn't want you to manifest your gift. The beautiful thing is when you manifest, then all of a sudden they become your friend because they want to eat your gift. No. 9. You must persevere to bring forth your gift. Because you will always have resistance and opposition. Discouragement, failures. But you gotta keep coming back. And no. 10. You must pray over your gift every day. Pray to the one who gave it to you, to give you wisdom to manifest. I pray every day above my gift. You pray for your purpose. Don't pray for food. Don't pray for clothing. You want to pray for your role in God's kingdom. Your delivery system, what you supposed to bring to this thing. That's what you pray for. Oh God, show me how to do it, revive it, refine it, define it for me. Keep it fresh, Lord. Let me see this purpose. Should I pray for it? The best things in life is on the other side of fear. It's on the other side of fear. But fear freezes people, man. The fear of failure freezes people. Suppose I don't do it. If you don't do it, you might not make it. That's for sure, so that's just my opinion. That's probably not what most people share. But your dream, man, that's what you dream about. You gotta dream about something so big that it dwarfs all your fears. The way you overcome fear is with your dream. You gotta make your dream so big that nothing matters except that dream. You're willing to do everything that's necessary. Nelson Mandela said, "There is no passion to be found playing small in settling for a life that's less than the one you're capable of living." Because taking risk is not just about going for a job. It's also about knowing what you know and what you don't know. It's about being open to people and to ideas. To not only take risks, but to be open to life, to accept new views, and to be open to new opinions. Even though you're scared still, Well, it may be frightening. It will also be rewarding. Because the chances you take the people you meet, the people you love, the faith that you have, that's what's going to define. You know your purpose. Believe your assignment. Document your vision. Put it on paper. You were sent to earth to release your hidden potential. Call a mango seed in your hand and see a mango. That's what vision is. You see the end result. Do that with your life. Submit to the right environment. Even though you see the mango in the seed, you gotta plant that seed in the ground and give it water and give it nutrients. Your greatness could be destroyed by a wrong environment. The books you read, the people you are with, the places you go, the church you attend, all related. Would you become feed on the right materials? When you put that fertilizer on that seed gets happy. What are you fertilizing your life with? You spent 5 hours watching Element. I mean, what are you feeding your vision? What are you feeding your gift? You go over this from clubs honestly. God is saying, what are you doing? What are you feeding your gift? Give your gift time to develop. You never get mangoes from a mango seed in a day. Go through the process. Persist under pressure. When you plant a seed in the ground, all the pressure, the earth is on top of that. But the pressure is important for the seed. The pressure of your life. Test the reality of your gift. Whatever stops you is how strong you are. Never be discouraged, never hold back. Give everything you got. And when you fall throughout life, remember this. Fall forward, your gift is supposed to produce more seed. You should be mentoring people all the time to become greater than the producer. Serve your gift to the world. Then you are a great fish. Came from the water, they got to stay attached. You came out of God. Don't try to fulfill your gift without God. I can guarantee you, you will never achieve anything greater than your highest aspiration. I never said when you want to succeed. As bad as you want to eat, cause you can go 21 days, maybe 30, without eating. I never said when you want to succeed. As bad as you want water, because you can go about 3 days or so without it. I said, when you want to succeed bad as you want to breathe. You're never going to be great if you don't look for the 5%. And so nobody out there is listening to him and saying, God, don't worry, he's just so much smarter than me, so I'm not going to become worth $5 billion. I switched my mind to something else. Switch my mode to something else. Right through me is the equivalent of Maximus Decimus, Meridius and Gladiator picking up the dirt. Smelling dirt, it's go time. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday and not to who someone else is today. And that's a game you can win. If you would get off the couch, stop murdering, stop complaining. You want to go to a whole another level and every area of your life. You create your own destiny and secure the future you envision. You can do anything you want that you have passion for, because that eliminates the most of the crap. Because most people don't follow their dream, and you need to know that the baseline is failure. You know it's important because otherwise you'll blame that on yourself. That's not what you need. But what some of you need is to go from 70% to 120%. Someone you need to go from 80% to 120%. Because what will not happen is quit. What will not happen is failure. What will not happen is you dropping out. My life speaks louder than words. Because when I begin to change my life, I'm going to learn to make good choices. I'm going to learn to be responsible. I'm going to be dedicated. I'm going to have good characters and morals and values. I'm going to own up and roll. I want to be truthful. I'm going to stand up for what I know is right. And I won't let anybody change me. And maybe that's not where you're at right now, but you can get there. And these are the attributes of success, man. Want something in life, you gotta be willing to do what nobody else has done. You keep doing the same thing you've always done. It's the definition of insanity if you want to change. You're going to have to be willing to change. Do what you don't want to do. Did you know that you gotta do to be what you want to be? I don't know your vision. I don't know your mission. I don't know what you want to be. Take stock where you are. You know what your advantages are, what your disadvantages are, and then you start with a little humility on the path of incremental improvement. Don't let your words guide you. Let your actions guide you. Now it's time for you to dig deep. Ask more questions, spend more time, and study hard. Create one circle of people that will succeed in the class and just struggling, and stick to them like glue. It's bloody hard to be a high-performance person. I see every day people with this mentality that the world owes them something. The simple answer here is that you need to work harder and faster. There's really nothing else. Life is a series of choices. At that moment, that choice was quite honestly hard work. Put your head down and do the training. And take the pain, and eventually it's going to pay off. And on those days, where you just gotta get to an impossible to-do list, you really have to feel that. If you put your head down and you take the pain, it's going to pay off. And since I'm going to do this, I'm going to harness my will. And I'm not going to let anything stop me. I deserve this. Hard work is the most precious asset you have. You know, while the other guy's sleeping, I'm working. While the other guy's eating, I'm working. But it don't work if you don't work. I found that nothing in life is worthwhile unless you take risks. Nothing. There is no in between. You're either growing or you are decaying. If you want something, you have got to be relentless. This is a winner's quality. You have that quality within you. When you're hungry, you don't care about the facts. You don't care about the odds. If you want to be an anomaly, you gotta act like one. Why are you only giving 50%? What's wrong with you? You said your goal was to pass every class. You said your goal was to never again finish last. Most people, what they're doing is they're all this mountain. And they're all strolling around the bottom of this mountain, looking for an elevator to carry them to the top. So you haven't realized yet that there is no elevator. And I'm already halfway up the stairs. I'm not getting up on time. I'm not going to work on time. I'm not putting in 120% when I'm at work. I let me down. All right, if you work hard and you never give up, you can literally achieve anything. Break it down and add just a little more effort. Add just a little more focus. Just a little more time management. And just a little more patience. And just a little more studying. And just a little more listening. And just a little more discipline. To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did. I never said, when you want to succeed as bad as you want to eat, because you can go 21 days, maybe 30, but without eating. I never said, when you want to succeed as bad as you want water, because you can go about 3 days or so without it. I said, when you want to succeed as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful, and so do for you as an educator today. You don't necessarily need better skills per second. That's not what you need. But what some of you need is to go from 70% to 120%. Some of you need to go from 80% to 120%. The reason why I'm giving 120 because your daddy's not in your life. The reason why I'm giving 120 is because your father's in prison. The reason why I'm giving 120 is because your mom is working 2 jobs. The reason why I'm giving 120 is because your grandma is raising you. The reason why I'm giving 120 because you live in a community where education is not valued. Here you can't go and get credit for getting A's. That in your neighborhood, in your community, nobody affirms you for reading at a certain level. Nobody affirms you for doing well on your act, or you're sat where you come from. Education is not affirmed. So even if you are a scholar, you have to keep it to yourself. You have to suppress it. So the reason why I give 120 is because your daddy's not there to get paid, and your mama's too tired to give 100, and your grandma is washed out for she's given 50. And y'all do that little stuff about you gonna eat, but y'all ain't got no dog or motor. You get tired quick. Did you practice for 1 or 2 days? You go out, you do a couple hours. You tired. But yeah, you compete against people right now. That's their lifestyle. And you think they want to let you take their lifestyle. I don't want to do it as much as I want to eat. I don't want to do it as much as I can drink I want. The world as bad as I want to breathe. I want to be the Michael Jordan of education. I want to be the LeBron James of education. And I ask you the question. I ask you the question today, are you giving 120? I never said, will you want to succeed as bad as you want to eat? I never said when you want to succeed. I said, when you want to succeed as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful. Like I told my professor, what happens if I fail? He said, what happens if you pass? I said, what happened if I don't get it? What happened if I put it all these years and it don't work out? He said, but what happens if you put it all these years and you get it? You got skill and you got will. You got skill and you got will. 2 total different things. You were born with certain things, but to get to the next level, and not just get to the next level, to study at the next level, you gotta have wool when you get to that next level. So when you play, you have to compete. When you have an opportunity, why would you give 80% when you have opportunity? Somebody answer that for me. Y'all talk, why would you give 80%, 70%? Why wouldn't you always give 120%? For real, you might get it. But right now, what? Oh, I can't hear y'all. You may get it. But right now, what, you don't have it. You have nothing to fear God. You already overcame all kind of stuff. Because a lot of you don't see that. What's gonna take you to that next level? That's gonna separate you from everybody, cause you gotta have something to separate you. What's gonna separate you from everybody else? I don't know what that is for you. But just talk about when you hear my videos, one thing. You notice that separates me from everybody else. I don't do what in any of my videos. I don't curse enough. You've never seen me curse before. You've never seen me drink before. You never see me smoke. I'm not against drinking and smoking, but my brain is I don't drink, I don't smoke. What are you gonna do to separate yourself? Like I do things to separate myself from everybody. The passion that I have when I speak. The grind that I have when I do what I do. What are you going to do to separate yourself? People you're not even going to be hanging out with. All I want to hear is eat a grind, like they never brought before Johnny. I want to hear they out there hell that rock like eat. They monsters eat. They like freaks out here eat like they going hard eat. That's all I want. What's the more stuff that's keeping you from doing? What you supposed to do, I love it. You have an opportunity of a lifetime, And what I'm trying to get you understand is, when you understand, you have an opportunity. You play a little different. Show me your friends, and I'll show you your future. Unless you want average in America. Married to point for kids with 1.5 dogs. But I can guarantee you, you will never achieve anything greater than your highest aspiration. If you want 1 million, you'll make 1 million. Not 1,000,005. If you want 10 million, 100 million. And you'll never exceed that. If you change 1 billion lives, that's a formula to become a billionaire and change the world. Time costs lives. Show me your friends, and I show your future. You want to know why you're all. Just look at the bums you hang around with. I do what you don't want to do. That you know, that you gotta do to be where you want to be. Ted Turner just gave his 75th anniversary party on CNN a few months ago. And he makes a couple of comments, and he says, number one, and I'm not suggesting this for everybody. It's how I live though. First 10 years of my starting CNN, I slept on my couch I had. I didn't have an apartment. Bill Gates slept in the office. Steve Jobs slept in the office. And I can go down a whole list now. These are super successful, mega wealthy guys. I slept in my office. Not everybody is willing to make that sacrifice. But it's not the only thing. But even if you don't sleep in your office, if you want to send your kids to a better school, If you want to be able to take care of your mother when she gets dementia. If you want to do this, all takes money. When my children aren't getting any of my money when I die. Not one centavo, not one penny. And two of my kids are cool with it. One of them is not so cool with it. I'm not going to, I think Andrew Carnegie, by the way. Andrew Carnegie, arguably the richest, most successful entrepreneur of all time. He said that the best thing that you can have for a child is him to be born into poverty. And I agree. Lack of self-esteem, lack of self-worth. Now they think they have self-worth. They think because they made a few bucks. But in actuality, and when they measure it against the other 8, 10, 12 people sitting around the table, they realize or they start to question, hell, maybe I was just lucky. Now all of us, when you're only a one-trick guy or gal, think, was I lucky? Now I've done it so many times, I know I wasn't lucky. I might have been lucky the first time, but I haven't been lucky the 15, 20, 40, 50, I know that, okay. But maybe I was lucky the first time. By my life change, when I went, I was pretty much a haphazard kid. Got a lot of trouble, got arrested for 5 times. So I'm in jail, and this is what my dad's a cop. But then I volunteered for the draft in 1966, at the height of the Vietnam War, and I went to OCS, and that changed my life because it was the really first, real high performance thing that I can measure myself against with other people. 2/3 of all Fortune 500 CEOs have one thing in common: military background, really. 2/3 of those 2/3 have something else. Martial arts. What do you learn in martial arts, Brian? Discipline, focus. A lot of people don't believe they deserve to be there. I convinced him, and we have these drills. Why you belong there? A lot of people that come there, with money, that have made money, think they made it by accident. I just had one of my superstars who's made 100 million tell me in the last week, I'm not sure I'm gonna have another lucky accident. And I said, you did it, you tried a lot of things. I will Thomas Edison. I wouldn't have done it 10,000 times, okay. I would hire an engineer from it to do it. But I've tried a lot of things. Nobody's failed at more things than I have. In the first 100 million are successes. But I could write a book about failures, that'd be. Because I've tried a lot of different things. Because failures is testing. And one of the reasons I've been so successful in generating this equity and value in my kids, and I call you all kids, is because I convinced them that making a mistake is okay. Your parents probably told you you can be anything you want, but you can't, that's harsh. You can if it's all just opposed. So, but what you tell them is that you can do anything you want, that you have passion for. Because that eliminates most of the crap. Because most people don't follow their dream. Like they say in The Sound of Music, you can't have a dream come true unless you have a dream. Now I still dream. I dream a Technicolor. I say my affirmations and goals every single night. It's bloody hard to be a high-performance person. Once you come face to face with who you are, Even starting point all right. I'm not real smart. I have known nothing. Nothing. That's my starting point. Now we can move from there. But if I tell myself I'm strong, I have courage, I'm smart, and all these are lies. You continuously push that starting point backwards. So that starting point is the truth. I talked to this one kid the other day. College is kicking my eye, said. What are you gazing that off of? I go, are you trying? Yeah. I'm trying I'm studying hard, I go. What are you engaged in trying hard off of? Well, in high school, I didn't have to try it all and I made great grades. In college, I'm trying hard. You're trying hard. Compared to what you did in high school, which was it came easy to you? So, your reality is something you created off of some easy. So, you trying hard is 2 hours of studying. I want to tell you, difference in trying hard and trying hard. Trying hard is something in your mind. Just doesn't stop. Where we know 2 hours ain't enough. So it's all about reality and what you're basing things off of. What is in us? We have no idea until we start trying hard. And I mean, really trying hard when you're obsessed with hay. This is my new norm. My new norm is that wow. This isn't always fun. And that's when you know you're trying hard. When you quit, your mind says we're done. So then expand. There's no expansion when you say, this sucks, I'm miserable. I'm suffering, I'm broken. But I'm not going anywhere. He's not leaving. So we gotta expand, we gotta grow. We gotta figure this thing out. And then he starts to engage parts of your mind you never did before, but you can't engage it. Talking about what I want to do. I can't get this paragraph. I can't remember what's in this paragraph. To pass this test, read again. Do not get it read again, but not getting it, write it out. And that's how I started learning. Okay, well, I can't. I gotta write on everything I do, and then write out again. I got it. I got it. I realize if I keep going back and going back until just become your mama. Say, okay, we're gonna figure it out. Because it's not going to stop. The voice in my head say, you know what, man? You're gonna die. Never even trying to reach your full potential. How's that gonna feel? What I do, my life speaks louder than words. Because when I begin to change my life, I'm gonna learn to make good choices. I'm gonna learn to be responsible. I'm gonna be dedicated. I'm gonna have good characters and morals and values. I'm gonna own up and roll. I'm gonna be truthful. I'm gonna stand for what I know is right. And I won't let anybody change me. And maybe that's not where you're at right now, but you can get there. And these are the attributes of success, man. If you want something in life, you gotta be willing to do what nobody else has done. If you keep doing the same thing you've always done as the end, it's the definition of insanity. If you want to change, you're gonna have to be willing to change. Good choices will always have good results. And I was making a lot of bad choices and a lot of bad decisions. And I was basing my value, my words, of your opinions. And I learned something. Listen to me. Everybody in here, I want you to understand something. Your value is never based off any of the opinions of anybody in this room. Who cares what anybody thinks or says about you? They are not your merit system. They are not your system of worth. You are who you say you are by your actions. But the choice and decision that we make have consequences, good or bad. And when I went to prison, at 23, listen, I came from a broken family. I had been labeled and I'm marked and identified. I had battled hurts and pains and wounds. I had suicidal thoughts. I had battled self-harming drugs and alcoholic. To me, I lost all dreams and goals. I felt like I had made too many mistakes to change. Listen, I felt like what I had every reason to say. You know what life is too tough, I quit. I had to live with these 3 principles, and I promise you, man, they will change everything about who you are. Hard work works, make good choices good. I decided 10 years ago, literally when this all happened, and I went to prison. I wanted to be, I was like, you know what, I want to make this promise. I want to keep it to this family. I count more than brokenness. I don't know where to start, but I do know is the importance of the choices that I make. And so literally I wrote the word change the world. And I slapped it on my little prison cell window. And every single day I woke up and I realized, make good choices, great things happen. Aim small, mess small. Make good choices, great things happen. You see, every choice that I can make. Listen, I can't control what you think about me. I can't control your opinion of. I can't control what you say about me, but I control how I react, respond to what I do in my life. I'm in control of my life. I don't let external factors control me. I'm in control of my life. Because sometimes life can be tough. Life can be challenging. And sometimes the obstacles in front of you seem like they're too big, and it's easier just to lay down. But you know what I remember? I remember when my dad used to look at me. When the kid said, listen, Nathan, life is never gonna give you anything. But if you make it, if you build it, nobody can take it from you. Because hard work and tenacing, refusing to quit chasing your dream, you'll get there, I promise you. Maybe you don't get the stars. You land on the moon. You don't still give up, and you go after you. Stop caring about the opinions of people around you. Stop blaming everybody from your hurts. Take ownership of your life. Take off your mask. Choices, be a best friend. Encourage somebody, be a voice of hope and inspiration. This is your moment. The simple thing is this. See, if your joy, your sadness, your happiness, your misery is determined by something or somebody around you, the chances of you being joyful in your life is remote. For every one of you, your life is precious, isn't it? It's a precious life. If something is precious, where do you want to invest this life into? What do you want to invest this precious life? If this is a worthless life, throw it somewhere. If this is a precious life, what do you want to invest this life into? If you look at it this way, you will find something truly worthwhile to do. How to get this kind of thing, that kind of thing. then you will do something silly that you will regret for the rest of your life. Most people are regret. That's why they're going around joylessly. Because they're not doing what they want to do. They're not creating what really matters to them. They're doing something for a living. Earning a living is not a big deal for a human being. Every creature, every worm, insect, bird, animal is earning the living. Isn't it so with such a big brain? What is a big deal about earning a living? Say, your ability to do things is not because you want to do things. I want to do something is my desire. Desire is just an intention. An intention won't make things happen. An intention belonging set direction. Still, you have to make the journey. We become the bull-oriented. Bull-oriented means we are interested in the consequence, but we're not interested in the process. Process is an end in itself. If you're absolutely devoted to the process, something will come out. But now we're interested in the consequence, not in the process, this goal-orientedness. I want to get there, I want to get there. No, I want to win the race. See if you treat life as a race. If you have to win it, you have to get to the finish line soon. You want to. If you get to the finish line ahead of all these people, you won the race. You know what the finish line is. We'll be negotiating well to believe. If you go outside in the garden and try to catch an ant, who is born here, grown up here, and probably he'll die here. If you try to catch him, he'll say, okay. Crush me if you want. Is it so he'll do everything to protect himself? He values his life, isn't it? Very much a tiny little creature that we may not even notice. We may step on him without even seeing him, unfortunately. But he values his life immensely. Does he know he's got spark? But you, a human being, at least on this planet, you're the peak of evolution. Physiologically, at least. What the most evil creature on the planet means is it has the most complex neurological system, and it has the highest level of cerebral capability. That means you can think, you can remember. You have memory. You have a very vivid sense of memory and a fantastic sense of imagination. An ant doesn't have such a vivid sense of memory. Nor does he have any great imagination. Yes, some. But he has a presence of mind about the life that he's living. Hey guys, it's Gordon here for Motivation to Study, and I wanted to take a second to give a shout out to our great friends at Audible for partnering with us on this video. Personally, I can never find the time to read. As much as I like to, and Audible is a great way to stay informed, inspired, and entertained in the shortest time possible. With Audible, you can get pretty much any book in any genre and listen to it anywhere you are, as it has the world's largest selection of audiobooks and audio entertainment, including Audible Originals, which are stories created exclusively for audio, including documentaries, exclusive audiobooks, and scripted shows that you can't hear anywhere else. You can listen at the gym, while shopping, or in the car, as it's hands down the most convenient way for me and the team of Motivation to study to learn. So start listening with an Audible membership today. And to get started, you're going to get a free 30-day trial where you receive your first audiobook for free and free access to Audible Originals. Just go to Audible, call Motivation, or text Motivation to 500. 500 when you get started. I recommend checking out Atomic Habits by James Clear. It's one of my recent favorites, where James reveals practical strategies that will teach you exactly how to form good habits, break bad ones, and master the tiny behaviors that lead to remarkable results. I highly encourage you to check it out. So if you want to get more reading done this year, I urge you guys to do it with Audible. Just go to Audible.com Motivation. Start your free trial now. That's Audible.com Motivation. Or you can text Motivation to 500 500. Give it a try and learn how to be the best version of you. I can hear the advice of a lot of different people and say, okay, thank you, this is what I want to do. And I'll stand by. I will never blame someone for my decisions. No, it's my life. Conflict. Fight back, I'm saying this. Put together your thoughts logically and come back at me like I want you to convince me that I'm wrong. Like find the holes in my argument, find the gap in my thinking. It's like here's my strategy, and I am prepared to do what it takes to stay alive. Like what I tell my investors is like, all you need to know is that I will be standing at the end of this match, that's it. And like if I have to all of a sudden, I'm doing uppercut that I've never done, or like switch to southpaw out of nowhere, hey, I'll do what I have to do, cause I'm gonna win this fight in the end. Say whatever you want to say about someone's fighting style, and they won. Wanting very much to make sure that little girls who look like me believe that they can do anything. -1, and believe that they can do more than just media, entertainment in particular, and believe in the value of their perspective. And so that's what gets me up in the morning. And then everything else, the details, is like a kind of, I can push through that day. And what I found is that instead of trying to live a successful life, if you aim to have a successful day, if you have 13 of the 24 hours of your day, if you won those hours, you won the day. And if you win most of the days in a week, you won the week, you know. We just need a simple majority here. If you win, you know, most of the weeks in a month. There you go, most of the months in a year, most of the years. And all of a sudden, look at that, without even trying, you've been able to kind of get somewhere. When I say you know, I know who I am. I guess to the inset portion, those like, and then for the things I don't know about myself, I'm open to finding out. And so I think the idea is to think about our lives as a constant. Research experiment. Who I thought I was and what I thought I wanted. -1 when I was 19 is to a certain extent similar. You know now, but there's also a lot of difference in the nuances, in the details of the execution. And I think what it is not like we all have a core that like is our soul. That is our kind of ethos that we're born with. That's our ethical nature that we get from our families and our friends, and like art, where we grew up at. Ideally and hopefully it's good. And I think that nugget that's always unchanging. And you have to figure out who that is. What that is inside of you as soon as possible. And I've always been a very reflective person. I've always been someone who I'll ask myself, every 6 weeks or so, am I happy? And it's a really simple thing. It's just like the answers are either yes or no. And if it's a no, it's like, okay, well, am I doing things that while right now, maybe I'm not like blissfully happy, are working towards something that I know will make me happy? You know what I mean? And I'm generally happy with the idea of the trade-offs that I'm making right now, that I have to deal with. Does that make me happy? And if that's a yes, it's okay, cool. But if it's still a no, it's a stop everything. No, this doesn't make sense. But so with that, you come and go, I need a solution. And so I started doing the check-in, which I do. It's more like you can sense if you take some time to be quiet. You can sense when you're not in equilibrium. And then that's when you ask, that's it, just running without taking a time to just know where you are. Then there's probably going to be other symptoms when you're just overeating or overdoing this or not sleeping. People will be able to tell you, you don't look balanced if you asked. I was able to stay who I am by being open to learning about who I am from those who have been working to figure out themselves as well. And I think it takes a certain sense of humility to be willing to listen to those people. But also I think it takes a certain sense of logic, and just like dynamic thinking, to realize that what they're telling you is simply part of your full content of yourself, not the all. Not the total of it. And it is your life. It is your unique perspective. It is who you are that has brought you here. So anyone who invests in you is going to want you to be who you are. They're going to have to trust that being who you are, even if it's different from who they are, that's going to be the thing that's going to take this to the next level no matter what. How did you get your mindset into this alter ego to be comfortable being Black Mama? I switched my mind to something else. Switch my mode into something else. Right for me is the equivalent of Maximus Decimus, Meridius and Gladiator picking up the dirt. Smelling dirt is go time. You gotta put yourself in that cage. When you're in that cage, you are that character. So that was my mental switch. Was like an actor getting ready for a film. You gotta put yourself in that cage. When you're in that cage, you are that character. Then when you leave, there is something completely different. When I'm in that cage, bro, don't touch me, don't talk to me. Leave me alone. The definition of work. What is the definition of work? Activity involving mental or physical effort, done in order to achieve a purpose or result. Working hard is the cost of entry winning. Nobody on earth that's made it that didn't work hard. There's a point in time where you have to absolutely get up and stand on your own 2 feet and say, this is the way in which I want to leave my impact on the world. Every day trying to be better and trying to prove yourself by 1 or 2%. Fulfill things and set yourself a couple of tasks. Do or die task a day, get it done. Feel better, move on to the next thing. When this doesn't work, I don't know your vision. I don't know your mission. I don't know what you want to be. I don't know who you want to be. I don't know how big you want to be. I don't want to how big of a legacy you want to leave. I don't know your vision. I don't know your standards. I want to take calculated risk to dream and to build. To fail and to succeed. For us to set goals and not achieve them. It's on us. There has to be a burning desire inside of us to do more, be more, overcome. I heard someone once say that greatness is within you, but its dormant is bottled up, just waiting for the moment to unleash and show the world how great you really are. Yeah, you gotta lead by example. You gotta show. That's what I tried to do. So think of your first week of classes as your opportunity to establish positive momentum. It was an everyday process and trying to figure out strengths and weaknesses. I don't want anybody to be able to say what he's not willing to do to work. So everything I saw, whether it was TV shows, whether it was books I read, people I talk to, everything was done to try to learn how to become better. Everything. And so when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library to help you to become better at your craft. Imagine if you wrote it down. You knew you're going to achieve it. Imagine if there was no procrastination. The things that we do, imagine for a moment. If you were someone who went out and executed on the things that you said you were going to do, because self-commitment is something that you absolutely have written on your heart. Like what? If we were the people who absolutely operated on the words that we told ourselves. You know, you want to be a little bit better in some way tomorrow than you are today. But it's not going to be in a linear path again. These go through cycles of stress and recovery. If you're doing your best, if you're really laying it out there, there's nothing more you can do. I'm doing my best. And there's nothing more than that. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, and not to who someone else is today. And that's a game you can win, because you could be a little better today than you were yesterday, and that's a good thing. You're a little better, that's a good thing. And you know, no doubt there are some things that you could improve. You know, if you sit, meditate for any length of time about what you're not doing optimally, answers will spring to mind. You know, you could be getting up earlier. You are now. That's a game you can win. Take stock of where you are. You know what your advantages are, what your disadvantages are. And then you start with little humility on the path of incremental improvement. And you know, incremental improvement compounds. And so you can get a long ways. Trajectory, in some sense, is more important than position. For human beings, I mean, if you're starving to death, that's not the situation that I'm describing. But you know, if you got the bare necessities of life, you're not surrounded by absolute privation. What do you really want? Is to see that you're on an uphill path. You know, something that's got the right slope and end. And you can start anywhere on that path. And you can improve 0.5% a day. Or 0.25% a day. And you think, that's not very much. It's like it's 100% for years. And that doesn't count compounding. You know, which means it's actually going to happen a lot faster. I think that the possibility that you can make yourself slightly better on a continual basis. I think that's something that's accessible to everyone. I think that's equivalent to leading a virtuous life. And you know, I talked about the terrible catastrophe and some sense of differences in intelligence and differences in conscientiousness and so forth, and the downside of the meritocracy. But there is something to be said for virtue and truth. No, and that is one thing. Another thing that I've noticed about people who've been phenomenally successful is that they really do everything they can to live a truthful life. And that you can get a bloody long ways by being honest. The first thing I think you need to understand is that these people that you're comparing yourself to, you don't really know very well. What that means is that you see their shiny outside, but you don't see the reality of their life. People have hard lives, and even people who are comparatively fortunate have hard lives. The ideal that you're observing, that makes you jealous and resentful, is enlarged for an illusion that's created by your own mind. You're quite different from other people, and you shouldn't be comparing yourself to them, because they're not like you. You know they don't have your family. They don't have your temperament. They don't have your troubles. They don't have your abilities. The only person that has those is you. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, and not to who someone else is today. And see, that's a game you can win. Most creative people fail at producing their creative product and monetizing it. Right, so your default position, if you're a creative person, is you're gonna fail. And that's because it's hard to come up with something new. And it's hard to present it to the market at the right time. And it's hard to market it. Like those things are really difficult. And so, what successful entrepreneurs do is they just keep doing it over and over and over and over and over and eventually, if they're fortunate, one of their ideas happens to hit the right place at the right time. So that's also Darwinian in some sense. You know, you're creating all these little enterprises that are sort of alive. They're run by people after all. And even if your idea is good, that doesn't mean it will be successful. There's so many things that have to be taken into account. So this is partly why persistence, and that's part of conscientiousness, is so useful. It's like, you know, what do they say? If at first you fail, then try again. And that would probably mean try something different rather than the same thing. But persistence is helpful because it enables you to run many experiments, and you need to know that the baseline is failure. You know it's important because otherwise you blame that on yourself. You know, and some of that's useful because there's probably some things that you could improve about yourself, but it's very difficult to go from 0 to 1. You know, it's very few starting out as a salesperson. For example, the hardest sale is the first customer, and then you know they get easier with each additional customer. Be careful who you share good news with, cause you want to share good news with people who are going to be genuinely happy for you. And that's one way that you can identify those people who are on your side. Be careful who you share bad news with, because that's equally tricky. You know you want someone who will listen to you when you're having trouble and allow you your grief, especially if it's a consequence of something tragic, and who won't try to one-up you. You know, because often when you're talking to people They'll be thinking about what they have to say. That's worse, and that's not helpful if you need a listening ear. And make one room in your house as beautiful as possible. I talked a lot already about the necessity of cleaning your room, which is, some sense of foolish piece of advice because it seems so obvious, but it's not obvious at all. And you'll find if you try it, especially if you're in a household that's not very functional, that you'll encounter obstacles that you couldn't imagine existed while you're trying to put your life in order. And you can take your surroundings beyond order and move towards beauty, and that's unbelievably useful. Another sunrise provides another opportunity for you to undo the unwise things that you did that almost led to your academic demise. Since health is wealth, you exercise your option to revise your study habits, and to the surprise of not only you, but all of your instructors and advisors, you all of a sudden appeared smarter and wiser. See, they had you flagged for failure, but never had the heart to tell you. I know so many students can relate to the struggles in this story, but very few ever overcome and achieve the glory, because so many fit into the always me category instead of the always me category, which 9 out of 10 times it is. So you're the one that keeps getting to class late. You're the one who decided not to study because you had that date. You're the one that never asks questions and keeps making mistake after mistake after mistake. You're the one that keeps making excuse after excuse after excuse for why your academic status is in an unsatisfactory state. So the question I have for you: why are you even enrolling school if you have no desire to try? I think I know the reason why. It's because she forgot about you. And this is the very moment I need you to go. Stand in front of a mirror and look yourself eye to eye. Because you were born with greatness and better than your soul. You were born with a gift to share, a phenomenal story to be told. You were born with a will to succeed and the brilliance to create and achieve goals. You were born to be mentally and physically rich and receive your product gold. But up to this point, your storms have not produced the rainbow. And that is time for you to take a different angle, a different approach. So right now, I'm your new mentor, I'm your new coach, and I'm not here to stroke your ego. I'm gonna get you away from them turkeys and back a song with them eagles, because you forgot to do said your wife was to be the first one from your family to graduate with honors. You said your wife was to never again be average, and to do that you had to be a scholar. You said your why was. You fill in the blank. And let that be all the fuel that you need to put back in your tank. And now that you realize, I expect you to quickly rise up your class rank and get back on track to graduate, which means more money in the bank. You can thank me later. But right now you got a paper that's due. And you gotta do what you gotta do, which means focus, concentration, and execution until you get through. So this is the moment that your grace, gods of academia, turn blue You told all your slacking friends to do them because you're about to do you. Because you refuse to be in that 57% of students that don't graduate on time. Your light was dim and flickering, but now it's about to shine. They might not like it, but they gotta respect it. Greatness requires planning. So you created a dating success checklist because you were failing miserably, cause you were unprepared and reckless. You was ready, and so you had a one-on-one with your advisor and even visiting your own campus career specialist. The definition of overcome, because you would never fall. Even in the winter, spring, awesome. Through all of your pitfalls and blunders, you kept on dancing. Even if it was to the beat of a different trouble. So this is for any student who feels like their life in school balance is unbearable. For any student who feels like in a certain class, that's just doing terrible. Any student feels like the damage to that grade is unreparable. Any student who feels that giving up is acceptable. Because giving up isn't acceptable. And for an incredible individual like you, I know you human, and the times you will be skeptical. But please believe me when I say, any mistake you made is correctable. And you just have to remember, you have impeccable strength to power through and overcome any hardship. So let this propel lift and give you the inner fight to remember your why and your gift, and help you create that middle shift that allows you to pick yourself right back up whenever you slip. And remember, all of your falls and trips are preparing you for that magical trip and the ultimate feeling of satisfaction and elation you'll get when you walk across that stage. Put your arms held high, get to the Palmer, and throw your cap up in the sky. Scream and celebrate. Job well done. It's what that moment will signify. You are an unbreakable force. And don't you never, ever, ever forget that. This is a great day to win. You're never going to be great if you don't. Look for the 5% you know. I think that you can pick up from talking to me that I'm not on a different level. Okay, these are pretty simple, basic tools. And so nobody out there is listening to him and saying, God, don't worry, he's just using words. And he's just so much smarter than me, so I'm not going to become worth $5 billion. That book is bull, okay? He's just naturally smarter than me. I think you can see that I'm no smarter than anybody else in this room. I just use certain little basic tools to be successful. Every day, take the word. No idea vocabulary. Worrying about your customer, no spare customers. Use the 95-5 rule. Separate yourself from everybody else, be the bullet. Whatever you do, and on, and on, and on. Well, you just gotta keep punching. And just take care of your business. And you just realize until they come and shut you down, or lock the doors, or you can't get product, or whatever. Until you can't make a payroll, you'd be surprised what you can take though. And you just keep punching and punching. And believe it or not times, you know, get good and goes back to what I once again preach. when times are really bad. We forget they're ever going to be good again. And when times are really good, we forget they're going to be bad again. I don't fear anything, but I worry about everything. And the day you stop worrying in good times, the paddle will get your behind and end. And so as great as things are in life. And I know you're only a few steps or a few incidents away from something bad happening. You can never forget it. I'm taking the next steps right now to get to the next level. 'Cause always that's my sport. Let's go play pickup basketball. Let's go to the office and play business. And that's what I do every day. I go to the office and play business. You gotta know what you know and what you don't know. And I knew that I understood business. You know, I think. You know if you know business or not. And people ask me, should I go get my MBA? And you know what I usually tell them. You know if you need to go get your MBA. If you don't have it inside of you, and you understand economics and finance and operations business, then you need to go get it. I knew that I didn't need it. It was just a God-given gift. You've got to know your God-given gifts. And everybody has it. Everybody in this room has it right here. So do what you know was your God-given gift. And find a way to use that as your pass. Know your numbers. No matter what business you're looking at, always know your numbers. Know to realize that we're not successful at that. Consumer does not come to us. Whether they're eating in your restaurants, where they're playing in your casino and whether if you don't have a good product on that basketball court, the fans are not gonna come and buy those tickets. The sponsors aren't gonna come. And therefore you're not gonna have the money to pay. For those good players next year, you're not gonna go to pay Russell Westbrook and James Harden, each $40 million a year. You've gotta always remember, we're only as good as us taking care of that consumer. One of the things I teach everybody, and especially my kids, don't assume anything. People think, if somebody walks in and gives you an answer, that it's the right answer and end. And even when I tell somebody to do something, I don't assume they went and did it all. I ask them a week later, did you do that I asked you to do? 'Cause that was really important to me. Oh my gosh, I didn't do that. And I think that's the biggest mistake people make, is don't assume that everything's running right. Don't assume anything. You can go to work every day and separate yourself from anybody else. And it's no different than the sound guy on this set. If you pick up, you know what? This sound guy is really, really good. And he's worried about this, and he's worried about that. Then all of a sudden, you tell you need a good sound guy this, and then they. Tales that the other sound people don't know. You know what I hear an ambulance out there. Let's cut it, you know. Just a little bitty things, and I just think that it's easy to separate yourself from anybody else, no matter what your position is. If you go to work for company and you don't go up the corporate ladder, it's your fault. Thanks for tuning in to this video, sponsored by the good folks at Skillshare. If you like great deals like I do, make sure you click the link in the description right below this video. I'm very excited about today's book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Your mission. David makes you the leader of your own life. You create your own destiny and secure the future you envision. This abundance mentality is so important for creating success because most people listen with the intent to reply, not to understand. If I can go there in the mind, I can go there in the body. One thing that's absolutely important to creating innovation is diversity. Golden nugget no. 1. Be proactive. Your life doesn't just happen. Whether you know it or not, it's carefully designed by you and the choices you make. You choose to be happy, you choose to be sad. You choose to make fast decisions and stick to them. You choose to waver on your decisions. You choose success, you choose failure. You choose courage, you choose fear. Just remember that every moment, every situation provides you an opportunity to make a brand new choice in your life. And when you do that, it gives you a perfect opportunity to do things differently, to produce more positive results. Being proactive is about taking responsibility for your life. You can't keep blaming everything on your parents or on your grandparents, on your siblings. Proactive people recognize that they are what Cubby calls responsible. They don't blame genetic circumstances, conditions, or conditioning for their behavior. They know they choose their behavior. Reactive people, on the other hand, are often affected by their physical environment. They find external sources to blame for their behavior. If the weather is good, they feel good. If the weather is crap, they feel like crap. All of these external forces that are outside of our mind, that are outside of our control. The act is stimulus that we respond to. Now, between the stimulus and the response is your greatest power. You have the freedom to choose your response. One of the most important things you choose is what you say. Your language is a good indicator of how you see yourself. A proactive person uses proactive language. I can, I will. I prefer, so on and so forth. A reactive person uses reactive language. I can't, or I have to, or if only. Reactive people believe they are not responsible for what they say, and they don't have a choice. Instead of reacting to or worrying about conditions of which they have little to no control, proactive people focus their time and their energy on things that they can control. The problems, challenges, and opportunities we face all fall into two areas: the circle of concern and the circle of influence. Proactive people, they focus their efforts, their time, their energies on the circle of influence. They work on the things they can do something about: their health, their children, their parents' problems at work. Reactive people, on the other hand, they focus the majority of their efforts in the circle of concern, things that have very little control over. When you gain an awareness of the areas that you spend most of your energy, that's how you can make the first step in becoming a proactive person. Golden nugget no. 2 is based on imagination, the ability to envision in your mind, which you can at present time see with your eyes. It's based on the principle that all things are created twice. There's the mental creation, which is first, and then the second, which is physical creation. The physical creation follows the mental, just as a building follows a blueprint. If you don't make a conscious effort to visualize who you are and what you want in life, then you would power other people and other circumstances around you, shape you in your life by default. And you don't want to do that. You want to be in control. It's about connecting again with your own uniqueness, and then define the personal, moral, and ethical guidelines within which you can most happily express and fulfill yourself. Begin with the end in mind means to begin each day, each task, or each project. Each relationship with a clear vision of your desire, direction, and destination, and they continue by flexing your proactive muscles to make things happen. Golden nugget no. 3. Put first things first. To live a more balanced life, you have to recognize that not doing everything that comes along, it's okay. There's no need to overextend yourself. All it takes is realizing that it's all right to say no when necessary, and then focus on your highest priorities. Habit 1 says you're in charge. You're the creator. Being proactive is about choice. Habit 2 is the first, or mental creation. Beginning with the end in mind, it's all about vision. Habit 3 is the second creation, the physical creation. This habit is where habits 1 and 2 come together. It happens day in and day out. Moment by moment, it deals with many of the questions addressed in the field of time management. But that's not what it's all about. Habit 3 is about life management as well. Your purpose, values, roles, and priorities. What are first things to you? Golden nugget no. For think win. Win now, think win-win. It's not about being nice, and it's definitely not a quick fix technique. It's a character-based code for human interaction and collaboration. Most of us learn to base ourselves worth on comparisons and competition. We think about succeeding in terms of someone else. Failing, that is. If I win, you lose, and if you win, I lose. With this type of thinking, life becomes a zero-sum game. There's only so much pie to go around, and if you get a big piece, there's gonna be less for me. It's not fair. We all play the game, but how much fun is it really? Win-win sees life as a cooperative arena, not a competitive one-win. Win is a frame of mind and heart that constantly seeks mutual benefit. In all human interactions, win-win means agreements or solutions are mutually beneficial and satisfying. A person or organization that approaches conflicts with a win-win attitude possesses 3 vital character traits. Integrity, sticking with your true feelings, values, and commitments. Maturity, expressing your ideas and feelings with courage and consideration for the ideas and feelings of others. And finally, abundance mentality, believing there is plenty to go around for everyone. To go for win-win, you not only have to be empathetic, but you have to also be confident. You don't only have to be considerate and sensitive, you also have to be brave. To achieve that balance between courage and consideration is the essence of real maturity and is fundamental to this win-win philosophy. Golden nugget no. 5. Seek first to understand, then to be understood. Communication is the most important skill in life. You spend years learning how to read, how to write, and years learning how to speak. But what about listening? What training? If you had that enables you to listen, so you really deeply understand another human being? Probably none, right? If you're like most people, you probably seek first to be understood. You want to get your point across. In doing so, you may ignore the other person completely, pretend that you're listening, selectively hear only certain parts of the conversation, or focus only on the words being said, not the meaning of the words. So why does this happen? It's because most people listen with the intent to reply, not to understand. You listen to yourself as you prepare in your mind what you're gonna say next, the questions you're gonna ask, etc., etc. You filter everything you hear through your life experiences and through your frame of reference. You check what you hear against your autobiography and see how it measures up. And consequently, you decide prematurely what the other person means before he or she finishes communicating. Golden Nugget No. 6. Synergize. Now put simply, synergy means the heads are better than one. Synergize is the habit of creative cooperation. It's teamwork, open-mindedness, and the adventure of finding new solutions to old problems. But it doesn't just happen on its own. It's a process, and through that process, people bring all their personal experience and expertise to the table. Together, they can produce far better results that they could not do individually. Synergy lets us discover jointly things we are much less likely to discover by ourselves. It's the idea that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. When people begin to interact together genuinely, and they're open to each other's influence, they begin to gain new insight. Do you truly value the mental, emotional, and physiological differences among people? Or do you wish everyone would just agree with you, so you could all just get along? Differences should be seen as strengths, not weaknesses. They add zest to life. Last but certainly not least, Golden Nugget No. 7. Sharpen your saw. Now sharpen the saw means preserving and enhancing the greater asset. You have you. It means having a balanced program for self-renewal in the 4 areas of your life: physical, social, emotional, mental, and spiritual. Now here are some examples of different activities. Physical: beneficial eating, exercising and resting, social. Emotional: making social and meaningful connections with others, friends, family. Mental: learning, reading, writing, teaching. Spiritual: spending time in nature, expanding spiritual self through meditation. Music, art, prayer, service. As you renew yourself in each of the 4 areas, you create growth and changing your life. Sharpen the saw keeps you fresh, so you can continue to practice the other 6 habits. You increase your capacity to produce and handle the challenges around you when you sharpen your saw. Without this renewal, the body becomes weak, the mind mechanical, emotions raw, the spirit insensitive, and the person selfish. Feeling good, it just doesn't happen. Feeling good is something you have to work on. Living a life in balance means taking the necessary time to renew yourself again. It's all up to you. It's all in your circle of influence. It's something you control. You can renew yourself through relaxation, or you can totally burn yourself out by overdoing everything. Just remember that every day provides a new opportunity for renewal, a new opportunity to recharge yourself instead of hitting the wall. All it takes is the desire, knowledge, and skill to know how to do it. What are you really seeking after? What do you really want? What hole in you? What missing part of you? What source? Spot in you is healed by the pursuit of your goals. You need the problems, because that's what generates the meaning. And if you don't have the meaning, then you know everything just feels pointless and you're like, why do anything? So you need that meaning, you know. It comes back to that what I was saying. The stories that we wrap around our positive and negative experience. You know, like that meaning is what creates those powerful stories that pushes us. US forward. Makes us feel like our life is well lived. I realized all I have to do is have my phone be stressed. That's true, my happiness is so cheap. Because the chances of everybody doing exactly what you think they should do the right way every day. So the anecdote to suffer anhedony, lossless never is appreciation. I was telling people, trade your expectation for appreciation, life changes. The best leaders never think that they're the final, that the buck stops with them. They always believe that they're in service to something bigger than themselves. The majority of not only entrepreneurs, but human beings. Like we start off with can't. Like the majority of people are like, you can't do this because this, and this. And it's like humans are very disempowering creatures. Like if we don't catch our thoughts, if we don't catch our path, if we don't catch the things that come out of our mouth, if they're negative, like we need to switch that. What really matters is the relationships with the people in your life. If you don't have people close to you, share them with or help support you. Pretty much anything will eventually feel empty. Don't confuse humility with weakness. Humility is being open to the ideas of others. Your happiness will never last as long as that expectation. Well, I did what you realize I made the decision. The most important decision I put in your life. And I'm not gonna suffer, or life's too short to suffer. The way I do it is I catch myself when I start to get that sense of stress and let it go. Come on. Me self-confidence is measured, and there should be a degree of doubt. When we talk about building one's self-confidence, I think the mistake that we make is that we look inside. I think the reality is we try to build our self-confidence. We should be looking to our friends. We should be nursing our relationships. When I'm looking to build my self-confidence, the question is, who around me do I need to take care of? Success is not you saying how much money you have in the bank. It's about who you are and how you show up in the world. And how you show up for yourself. Forget about everybody else. How you show up for yourself. I honor your opinion. I will listen to good feedback. But I don't care if you think good person and bad person, successful and failure not. It's not for you to decide, for me to decide. They'll complain about being burnout, or they'll complain about being tired. And I don't think necessarily in every case that we're burnout or tired because we're doing too much. But maybe we're doing too little of the things that really matter, that make us feel alive. The only way that change is going to take place is if you see the evidence of the collapse right in front of you. I think the challenge is that people have to wake up. And the question is, how uncomfortable do you have to become before you make up your mind to change something? In life, I don't lose. I only want to learn, like if people can realize. Like so many people think like they've lost. But like if you just pull one piece of information that's whether it's a different perspective, extracting knowledge, a different way to go about life, different way to not fall in your face, like that's winning. Appreciation, love, and joy destroys something. You can't be grateful and angry simultaneously. Also, you can't be worried and fearful and baking simultaneously. So I told people gratitude, this one of the emotions to cultivate, will destroy yourself. Things are going well, you're happy. When things are going well, you're sad. But when you learn how to self-regulate and create more coherence in your brain and heart, then you're no longer dependent on your outer world, controlling your mood. The biggest and baddest people are handicapped and crippled by the limited beliefs, the things that they tell themselves. And that's where I say, the biggest disability is a bad mindset. It's not this body. Here's how I deal with fear. Fear is a figment of our imagination. Right? Fear is created because of expectations. Firstly, once you have an expectation of yourself and you say, I don't need to have the expectation. I'm just living life. As a play, it's a game to music, it's fun joy. So I'm doing it for the fun of the joy. So I'm enjoying along the ride. Like, I'm not going to kill myself if I don't get there one day. Like it doesn't define. It's just there only so I have something to change. My goal is not to make everything absolutely equal. The amount of time in my relationship, to amount of time I spend in the gym, to another time that I'm working on my career. But maybe the goal is like an orchestra. Each instrument, they honestly had equal time. But they've come together away and pray to our symphony. Choices you get, it's always there. You can choose what you focus on. What you focus on is what you're gonna experience. You can focus on things that make you suffer. Focus on things that make you grateful. And gratitude is the better approach. It's not some Mandy becoming positively approach. It's intelligent because you're in a good state. You can solve the problem. And like so many people are trying to seek validation from other people. They're trying to be working on relationships with girls, or trying to, seek validation from other things in Instagram and materialistic things. And when the biggest relationship that they should be working on is one within themselves. In fact, you begin to realize how you think and feel begins to produce effects in your outer life. Now you start believing more. You're the creator of your life, unless you're the victim of your life. Now that isn't something that you take one bite of and swallow, and it's all over. It's a process of repattering. It's a process of rewiring. It's a process of reconditioning. It's a process of self-reflection, awareness, and changing those beliefs. All that matters in the world we live in today. Outside your belief systems is your billionaire value.